I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ramin the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist Cupcake, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they are asked to pay certain amounts of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. During COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, and then it is dispatched to you, you receive, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some, they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
Yes, I wouldn't even say relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean websites?
Yes. They'll give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some
websites?
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work, or you just before, because now I for start dating work.
Na Ghana for start
dating work. Na Ghana for Nigeria, na Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do. Like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira.
10K. If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what you go tell client?
I will tell her, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, I do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I will see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. Or your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They will call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You know, I tell them see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. It's the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering. Okay, Ghanaians naturally we are gullible. Okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things. And also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realized that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you, and if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person friend. Once you are friends, you chat that person. Care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat and love. If you chat and love, you chat and trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that you chat the person, then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had here. We used to be anybody, but we go on now. We go do anybody now. If we baby na aba, baby na all the cars were doing na abesesa. But here we had here. Bolivia any year. Na ha say so. No do kwa na minimum. So do bodo kwa no abehu.
I've been for Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside, that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples who come enter now, they are giving problems and all they call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples.
Utimusa who wants to okron pa. They won who okron club when nipa be say 50 and I say there was a time me point me ba say ipie kwan ne ho a me hwese ka bia begina ho na aya ho nko an na no mu yi om e wo second bus stop on ubisa ho say we omo kwan ade be chi no yes we yes ka so ade be chi no wati we nsem bebre otete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka ye tena ha but e kura ahoto infan say eniema ekoso ntemtem e wo kuro ni mu but edin aka so ekita no Emma sad in Tinipakon was on Beba Abetna.
Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, in times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news, it has been in the system, and we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might, fortunately, to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in these activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children, the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
Criminals, they may be called, and guilty might be the verdict they get if they stand in a courtroom. But have you ever wondered how and why they do what they do? Imagine being locked in a room with phones or computers 24 hours in a day, but these gadgets are not to be used for your pleasure, instead for work. This is the story of many young Nigerians who come to Ghana to make money through any means possible. Victory, Austin, and Victor are three of these young men.
I met a friend in the company where I work. So his brother is in this Ghana. He was the one, not my friend, that introduced me to that his brother. But before I come to this Ghana, I was not aware that it was fraud I'm coming here to do. He just told me that this kind of job that I'm doing in Nigeria, there is a place in Ghana where I will do it. If I do it, they will pay me higher than what I'm earning here. So I was very happy when I heard the news.
He was asked to pay 50,000 naira for the job, which he did, and he was given a date to move to Ghana. Little did he know that the job he was coming for was different from what he had been told.
I wasn't happy because at first it was not what they told me that I started saying.
What did you say?
At first, they told me that it was a company. It was a company that I'm going to be working under. Then when I came to this Ghana, they first took me inside the house, just in a building, in that house. It was fenced. I wasn't happy at first. I felt one kind. I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk because there is no one there for me to talk to. I waited till night. I called that his brother, that my friend that gave me the job, that he claimed so. I called him. He told me that, bro, this is how it is so. And anything that I'm seeing there is my job.
His story is quite different from Victory and Victor, who both knew what they were getting themselves into before they moved to Ghana.
I work not call the go where. No, I call the see they give me work. Best maybe see me I learn the work self. You know, we call they give me work again. I don't call they see anything. Me and my friend, me get I learn the work now. Me I will see the way the Yahoo bless. He call they tell me say me enter.
Your friend enter Yahoo?
Yes. We see everywhere.
We bless.
Me bless. Me Yahoo bless. Because say me see try it if I feel see it.
After struggling to make it in Nigeria without any success, he decided to relocate to Ghana.
I call it do the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin, he call it pay me. Very soon we call cast. You know, call it pay again. You know, let me want call it do. I call it rent herself. When that my friend only me say, since I don't, he don't try for me, don't come out. Because he may only me want it do. Money not Bitcoin again. That my friend, my sister, friend, call tell my sister say, in get person, me dey Ghana, yeah. They look for boy. What I be will go. And cause say, okay, I will go. Which work is the work? Because say no, but you go give me number, make me return. And cause to give me that my chairman me dey Ghana, yeah, in number. You understand what I say? Or give me number, call talk. Say, see work me they do channel work. Now cause I never do channel work before. Now dating work. Yeah, Bitcoin now they do for Nigeria before. Then cause say, okay, man, no worry, say this one soon I just knew all day. Whether I know what to be QQ, WeChat. That's why I don't know that before. See if I come before 3 weeks to 2 months, 1 month if I don't collect money. See when I come. Now waiting tell me.
He packed bag and baggage and moved, but what he was promised wasn't what he got.
As a kind make when I go his house, he lock me go for his house. He told me say see the way that they do now. Because our phone now we they use. That time I have to 12 my break on this country. This Ghana so as God they tell me say see the way that they do now. I go so I say I'll fit do one. Me I don't they work now they work. They use 1 month, 2 months. Money no they come. I call tell me say you know the collect money. Boys may call me for there. They never see collect money. About 5 boys may call me for there.
An entertainer who wanted the fast way up, Victory met some people when he went for a gig and asked them for help. He got their contact and tried several times to reach them, but they blocked him. He then resorted to text and finally got through to them.
The next Monday I started calling, Tuesday I calling. So they say it's wrong number. They don't wanted to help me before. So as the 9 minutes of it, like on Saturday, they called me because I was texting them through SMS. They blocked me on WhatsApp because they are big boys. So I was texting them on WhatsApp. So they go through my texting, like they say, like this person will be intelligent and know how to chat with women. So let them just give me a try if they can carry me along. So at the 9 minutes, they put me on call. Hello, is this Victor? I say, yes, I'll be waiting for your call. Okay, come and meet me so and so estate. So I'll be waiting for you there. So that is how I left.
When he went to meet them, they asked if he was willing to move to Ghana with them the following day, but he refused due to his previous experience in the country in 2018. They, however, convinced him to come with them.
They were like convincing me, like, no, don't worry, you are safe. And I'm not like that. I'll give you everything you want to work, this. So I'm not coming to stay for months or a year or so. But according to them, they say they want to rent apartments for like 2 months to look for money so that December time we'll be going home smiling. So when I saw the settings, I said, okay, let me go for the 2 months. I said, okay, well, as far as you have given me your words, let your words be your words. But according to my phone, it's not good. They said they will change it for me. So I concluded in going with them the next day.
On getting to Ghana, he met 5 other boys and they were sent to another person while the men looked for an apartment for them to stay in.
Get to Ghana 8. So we stopped at Accra Mall. So when we got to Accra Mall, they booked a taxi and took us to the first office. They have not found the apartment. So when we found the apartment, it was night. We can't go daytime so that we don't know that multiple of boys want to enter that place. So we go at night so that they will not know. So we'll get there at night. But the place was like a police station at the junction. They will enter a little bit, before the place is East Legan. East Legan. It's an estate where big people stay. So when we get there, so we start running the office work.
Many unsuspecting house owners give their homes out to these criminals without proper checks. The Department of Rent Control has this word of advice for all landlords in the country.
Before a foreigner comes into our country, the person needs a working permit or a residential permit, and that has to be done by the immigration also. But what is interesting is that for now, we are trying to review the 1963 Act, and what we've input in there is that before you give your premises out as a landlord, you need to do a background check of the person you are giving the premises to. So even if the person used the bush to come into the country without passing through our legal entrance, and he evade the immigration, before you rent the premises out, you need to check all those things. If you don't check, and we come to realize that you've given your premises to somebody who is coming to do illegal, immoral services, just like fraud and all those things, then you will be liable to answer. So Parliament has given us the assurance. The bill is part of the bill that they promised to pass before they rise for this sitting. So the new law, just as I've mentioned, is going to make sure the landlord do due diligence, make sure he do a clear checks on the person, whether local person like Ghanaian or a foreigner. You need to know what the person is doing, the kind of business activities the person is doing, so that you know about somebody who is coming to do illegal things in our country. So let me rest assured everybody that when that bill is passed, we will make sure that it's implemented to the full.
The sweet words they receive before agreeing to relocate disappear once they arrive in Ghana.
The next day, he called one boy to come and pick us up from the office to the apartment where he rented, where we can work for the 2 months. So one day I was like happy, this is a very beautiful place. I never know I came to kill myself by my hands. So when we get into the house, so we bath, like started talking about how the work will be. Say we will not come down, we'll be upstairs there. So those who their phone is not good, they will be replacing it tomorrow. I said, okay, fine. So the next day, I wanted to swap my phone. My phone was having an issue. So they said we swap it. So I wanted to transfer some important things inside the phone that will be useful for me later. I wanted to pass it to another person's phone so that when they bring my phone, the new one, I will transfer it back. I never know they have booked a cab outside. Oh no, where is the other person? He said, the other person have not brought his phone. I said, I wanted to like explain, so I wanted to transfer. I've not even completed the statement. All I can see is a punch on my nose, blood started coming out. Like give me slap, hit me to the wall. I was like, drag the phone out of my hand, then they left. This is the same cloth I was putting on, like blood stain all over. I went to the bedroom to clean the blood, to spit it out. I was not happy when I saw. These were the same person talking to me kindly, like. So this is what they brought me to Ghana to come and do. I get discouraged.
The bosses of these online fraud rings have very strict rules to follow, and anyone who goes against them has to endure severe punishment. For those who are not fortunate, death could be their end.
I don't know what happened. He ran into one boy, like he beat him mercilessly. Even injured the boy hands and the faces. I was like, God, what kind of place have I come now? I was like, it's not me beat another person, so it's not my concern. What I'm concerned is about the work.
I got one client, local, Senegal, and also this Ghana. They paid me some money. Total as in what they paid me in Naira is 800,000 Naira, close to $1 million. Yeah, that's what they paid me. So my chairman, he was not aware that I got that kind of money. It was a friend of him that was aware, but we shared it 50-50. So due to some kind of things that are happening in office, the secret leak, my chairman, he had to punish me because of that.
What punishment is that?
They will lie you down, flog you very well. They can use PC wire to flog you, and also they can use machetes, because in that place you don't have anyone. Even if you cry from now till tomorrow, nobody will hear you. Like I've said before, the rules there are many. Even if you are, there is no how you'll be perfect. You must fall for it. So the rules are many. Most guys that went to that place in any office that comes out without a mark on their body, that means you didn't stay there up to a week or 2 weeks.
You don't stay there for 1 month, for 3 months. Money no dey come. If friend me get office like other one boys they collect money. Other one go they put on where body see. All those boys, you know they before you know they touch us. So when that one cut it and say boys they collect money, whether you know they feed the talk to us, you know they give us a spirit, maybe we walk. From then and then your things change. Sometimes all those boys we all park their car, we all be like Tahiru. We also use all of them. We also say aspirin. We also finish us. Like be aspirin, like finishing. You also finish us. They all finish us. Finish. Also maybe they can see the work. How you can see me?
Aspirin na the beating.
Na the beating. The
okay, so the term high spirit.
Yeah. Na beating. You all come. You all give us all of us aspirin. You all beat to our. We all do.
Isn't it take beating now?
Also. Like wire, this boy wire, that strong wire, this TV wire, so anything repeat us. Even chairman ever have that small bottle, that one there, but when we in Nigeria, we call it bottle ass. Bottle ass, that small axe. You have it safe. That's why.
And they also have a strict routine they follow daily.
They have time to work and time to relax. Like when you go inside, they share, according to all the boys, they share different works to them, what you'll be doing every morning. And office time, we start around 9. At this kind of time, they will end in the evening, 5. They will come outside from the office. They know we'll be cooking, we'll be washing, doing, we'll be sleeping. Then we eat square meal just once a day. So we eat around 9 in the night. Before that, we will go on from 6 to prepare food. We take 8, 9, then we eat again. Then we'll not even have time to rest. Then we'll go up again to start coming online again to chat or to start looking for who to talk to. That is how they were running their personal entanglement in the office. And it was very stressful.
Chairman brother, he's not good. He's not a good person. He's very God. He's very wicked to the extent that he doesn't give boys at the office food. Before you eat 2 days, 3 days, still yet you'll be doing your morning duty and also working.
Why do they choose to relocate to Ghana to commit this crime, you may ask?
So me not call the girl money to the buy so we get the girl. This one I call if I already also Ghana now they know the season light, steady light, the steady soap, the network they very good. I take on.
They can't carry Ghanaians now. Like they know it's just we in Nigeria. They carry us here to work based on the free electricity. Everything is current here, so they tell us to come and work here so that the work will be faster here. Because everything we need is being provided here already in Ghana. So that is how they brought us from Nigeria to here to work.
Unable to withstand the harsh conditions any longer, they each planned their escape, uncertain of what the outcome might be.
They had a fight in the office and they bust his head and also used machetes to butcher his face here. From this place to this place. It now looks like he has 2 mouths. So some people that the guy was nice to had to pick call, as in had to pick phone, snap the picture of the guy's face when he was lying on the floor and called chairman that he should come to us. He should come online on WhatsApp. Let them show him something. When he came online, they forwarded the pictures to him. He saw it. He got very, very upset. And he said that everybody at the office should leave the office, else he's going to put everyone in jail, as in give everybody that is inside our office to police. So some people, not some people, people like me, I had to look for my way on time. But I didn't look for my way that particular minute. I waited till next day. And that next day was the day that police people came to the office. They arrested 28 boys in the office. They took 28 boys with them. So the rest of the boys had to fly fence and run for their lives. Not just that they arrested them, they were beating them with a stick. They broke some of them, their heads here. Yes, beating them. So that's it. Me, I escaped through fence. So I jumped fence. I had to run for my life. I don't have to wait till till police will put handcuffs on my hands before I will know that I had to look for my way. So that's how I escaped.
Call lock the door, call go short. And because okay, I will cut it down. Call follow again one mile, made the day up of silly. That up of silly, so now we got to follow the mile. As we follow the man, we call go inside silly. We look everywhere. Now we call the break all those blocks. Made the thing set all those edge. Call the break and come on. Before coffee break and after we break and come on. That under so the PVC may say do one. Now we call cotton. Call his knife tear and we call come outside. And we take come outside. We come outside. Now we look everywhere. Nobody because we want Ghana. And that Ghana room, and I can show a circle for you.
So when I come to the parlor, they lock the front door. So I check the back door, it was open. I say, wow, thank God. So I climb upstairs so that they will see me for the last time, so that they will not notice my movement. So when I come down, I met phone, I met laptop. I wanted to steal it so that when I get to Serwaa, I will sell it. But anything stealing, I'm not in part of it. It's a bad name, I don't like it. So I don't want anything I will get involved with. I came to this place to steal phone because definitely I know one day we'll meet in Nigeria. So I just leave their properties and I left. Though when I get to the back door, there was protector everywhere and cameras everywhere. So I made up my mind. So I jumped to the other apartment. So when I get to the gate, then I notice the gate. You need to use a key to open it before you open. You don't have those drawers that you open it. I say, what? God, fuck, I'll get myself into another mess now.
He couldn't go back and there was no way for him to escape. So the only thing he could think of doing was hiding behind the generator in the house. But the estate security caught him on camera and came asking questions.
The people monitoring the house saw me on camera. They've come out, like, somebody came out from your apartment. Who is that? What is he doing now in the house premises? Like, it's okay. I don't know where my chairman went to. When they were coming like aggressively. They were coming in a very tough way that they can kill yourself. So they go inside the house, don't spend like 2 minutes, they come outside again. They observe the gates. If I've run out, they try to observe. Then the security called again. This person is in the back. What is he doing? So they traced me to the back and they saw me. I was very scared because I know there was camera. I said, God, I don't come out. I never know this is how it will be. There was security everywhere outside the house. I said, God, help me. I don't want to go back to the house. So when they saw me, like they wanted to play kindness to me so that the cameras looking at us will notice that they want to throw aggression on me, like make good friendship with me. I noticed what they were up to. So I was like playing with them also to the tricks. Like, why do you come outside? Go inside now. Like I said, bros, I don't want to go inside again. They say, why? Don't worry, we'll sort it out inside. Not knowing that I've set the way they will finish me inside. And I know, and God have already spoken to me, and my mind have told me this is what I want to do to me. So the luck I have is that they did not go with me to inside the house. Like according to the first chairman, because there are two chairmen, they are two friends. So the first one said, "Oh yeah, Namuko go inside the house." Like the other one that is very arrogant and that can keep person, just say no, leave him, give him key so that he can go inside by himself, so that the camera won't notice there's anything going on. That is where God answered my prayer. And in that case, in the process, the gate was still open. I say, thank God. So when I was going, they left me so that they just leave me so I will go first. They were like looking at me. So the luck I have is that when I get to the doorstep of our apartment, I drop the key and I turn back. I say, Chairman, I've gone. No, I don't want to get myself engaged in this your nonsense work and this is not how you tell me. This is not how I came to meet it. So he said, no, wait. So I walk out. So I noticed they wanted to chase me. Then I pick a race. Then some Ghanaians were outside like, Charlie, what's going on? What's going on? I never even mind them, just to run inside the bush.
Life after the escape hasn't been any better for all three, whose only wish was to go back home.
Because they think if we reset Kuna, they tell us say person will call our sister, our brother, they'll call us, make the same money come. All those ones, because they don't first send me money before. That's why they don't feel send me money again. I don't feel come my sister made the Nigeria. He made the Jamie before me send me money. Now I don't first send me money. And my chairman I shop the money because they tell me say na lie. Say not be my chairman shop. Say na me. Me, we coffee contact my chairman, me we talk together. Say I take chop the money. I tell him, green. Now I call use my guy phone. I come meet for circle here. See the shots and he call you block me. And this my guy tell locate. Yes, she all block me. And this my guy tell locate me go this our church. This
so
church.
Right now you sleep for circle.
I sleep for circle
how
for that part.
Since you escape, how the experience take be? You sleep. How the job?
When I did that circle, so like but now I don't complete 2 weeks now. Now those Ghana, sometimes I figure meet Ghana Road, say CIB, they pursue me for Ghanaians. I figure meet the sit out to the say CIB, they pursue me for which I don't know anybody for here. If you say okay, if you give me money to go Nigeria, see what I do it. If you give me 50 CD, 20 CDs, 10 CDs, I go see give me a season the shop. That park man they sleep so. Now that park man go now and come they sleep. But now they don't say they know they give me the sleep inside again. Now inside we be they sleep before. They know they give me the sleep and outside we come they sleep now.
Rana, you want to go back to Nigeria?
Yes, now I go back to Nigeria.
Many believe that these online fraud rings, as well as other criminals, use black magic, or what you may refer to as juju. This assertion was confirmed by these young men who said their leaders use juju for different purposes.
These things we are doing is not, sometimes there's something we call grace. You can just jam a helper, he will come just help you. And some that they are forming stubborn and you see they have money. You can't just let go of them like that. You can just go and tie them. That's where they are in juju part is being involved. Not the juju to rescue us. Anything juju, we are not doing it for our own self. We are using it to lock those people there to favor us. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying. So that is where the juju aspect is being involved. Maybe
so chairmen are not protecting themselves with
that, like not juju, they are not doing the juju to protect themselves. To achieve the clients they are talking to themselves, so that they will not run, they will not block, they will not go. When I ask you money, you will give me. When I ask, say, only this, you will provide it for me. That is when I know you have the money. Because you are not stupid. I will just be in with my ordinary eyes, just be asking for money, just be giving always. That is where grace speak. Maybe they will just be giving you. But it's get where you go reach, you know, go give you again. Your update will become complicated to him. Like, these people don't want to fraud me. So before you get that idea, our chairman, if he's the one auto is juju, because some believe on grace.
They work, depends. And what thing will make them work? Now, based on your chairman. Your chairman, if you go that juju, then that Baba will give them condition. And generally, as in the general condition they mostly give to all the chairman in this Ghana is that they should stay away from sex.
So the chairman stay away from sex?
Yes. Yes. So that's how
It means that if your chairman have sex, the
thing will spoil. And they used to renew that juju. I think like I don't know, it's them that knows. But all I know is that they used to renew that juju. So once they tell them to stay away from sex, it's them that knows whether if they can do it or not. But most of the chairmen, they won't. And that is the reason why boys are not collecting money from the office. Like my chairman, he trains women like boxer.
I never have used juju. And only my chairman they bring something they commando juju things. Now you be like soap, so I see water, soap. We bring a come out to the bath. I don't know whether you know this thing, baby. You're black. That charcoal me that they cook. All those abokite they warm.
Yes.
Yeah, this thing. All those small, they go pack up where say, go put fire, smoke. They come out cover all of us where say.
Cover all of them.
Yes, same old. They tell us what we need. Tell the DC what we need. Say we need money, make clients. As we they born, make clients they accept us. As we they use the juju now, you know they work.
Leadership of the Nigerian community in Ghana are hopeful this menace will soon become a thing of the past.
We are planning to set up a tripartite task force to clamp on those their masters, because it is these their masters that we think by the time we can be able to get some of them and we let the Lord deal with them, I think maybe that will reduce. Nigerians are doing more good than harm in Ghana. But one thing about life is that the negative news travel far, travel more than whatever good you are doing. If you see Ghana today, Nigeria are contributing to the GDP of Ghana. You cannot be overemphasized that in Ghana today, if you want to talk about foreigners who are doing great to the economy of Ghana, Nigeria will be number one. Count the industries, the corporate institutions, the banking sector, all of this, Nigerians are taking lead in those areas. But there is a saying in Ghana that in every house there will be a Mensa. So the issue is that the only news that is traveling far is the mention they are mentioning more than the good ones. If you want to see the quota of Nigeria, these people are just about 5% of Nigeria who are living in Ghana. But as you know, and they say the good ones, the evil men did, it's on brass, but the good ones will be on water.
The new administration is trying every effort to make sure that we curtail this situation and make sure that we probably put an end to it. We will discontinue these nefarious activities of our young ones, and that's what we are going to put in place. But I'm very sure we'll go a long way to make sure that we control, not only control, finally, resolve the matter.
I think if there's a unity between all the communities of Nigeria in Ghana, Hausa, Yoruba, Arewa, and Igbo community, if you all come together as like we are having all Nigerian community ANC to see to this thing in one voice and to fight it together, it will go a long way to curb all these things. Because as we are all in Ghana, that is not our home. If any one of them, one of those boys is caught, they will say Nigeria. So on that note, each community has to come on board in order to fight this, so we can have a good name for Nigeria in Ghana or in any other place.
Victory, Victor, and Austin have returned to Nigeria with the hope of living a better life, and they don't look forward to returning to Ghana anytime soon. All efforts to get more details of activities of these crime rings from the Ghana Police Service proved futile. A report by Dorcas Ankuma and Adiola Babatunde for GhanaWeb TV and My Nigeria.
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist Cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
McBerry Twist Cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
In Kusha, if you throw away, especially if you're an adult, if you're not careful, a 10-year-old boy will tell you, Papa, Mpacho Hayan to Adiengoha. He says, I'm sorry, Daddy, here you can't throw here.
In this line of work, we get to travel and meet people from all walks of life. But the conversation we're about to have is not one of the ones you have heard or seen because of the area we are in. We are at Asin Kushia. It's in the central region of Ghana, and Kushia is actually regarded the cleanest city in Ghana. How that has become the case, well, we'll be honored to hear from the man himself, the traditional ruler of this area. Ehunabubrim Nana Pra Ajinsem the Sixth is the paramount chief of the Asin Orenchi traditional area. Nana, I hope I got the pronunciation of your traditional area right.
Very correct.
And thank you very much for welcoming us actually into your beautiful castle, if that's what we can call this place.
No, palace.
It's a palace.
Yes.
Well, but it's majestic.
Thank you.
Arguably the biggest in Ghana, is that it?
I don't know. I don't mark my own answers. And I know I'm a Ghanaian.
Okay.
We Ghanaians, we exaggerate.
Well,
we exaggerate, so I'll let it pass.
Well, Nana, and you've put in a lot of work into this palace, which is a conversation we would have more and more when we get into this. But let's start from Kushia. Kushia is not just known for its traditional acumen, but more about how clean a city it is. Would you want to share with us how you've been able to achieve this?
Thank you very much for your question. It has not been easy. First of all, we as Ghanaians, we had the tradition of throwing away leaves when we used to eat from leaves. I remember when I was a kid going to school, I would buy rice and stew, and the lady would use the leaf to clean on her lap. And then I put the food on the leaf. After you finish eating, the natural thing to do is to throw the leaves away. In those days, it didn't matter. The leaves would decompose. So we were not littering. But the habit of throwing had been ingrained in us. So when this creature called plastic came, put our food in the plastic, after eating, we throw away, because that is the habit that we had inculcated in us.
Throwing away.
Of throwing away. So my problem was to stop the throwing away.
Okay.
So I tackled the school children, went to classrooms and told them that it's unhygienic to do that. So they should all help so that we'll make Kushia the cleanest town in Ghana. I told them that in my reign, I will not be able to make Kushia as big as Cape Coast, but I'll be able to make Kushia cleaner than anywhere else in Ghana if they support. And they supported, I empowered them. In Kusha, if you throw away, especially if you're an adult, if you're not careful, a 10-year-old boy will tell you, Papa, Mpacho Hayan Tua Diengoha. He says, I'm sorry, Daddy, here you can't throw here. So please pick it up. I told them to say please, but they should make you pick it up. And it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy. Every Wednesday, we have a communal labor day. You don't go to farm, you don't go anywhere. We used it to clean the town and our houses, and we used to do our gardens. And so if you go to the town, you see normal houses, they've grown flowers. I love flowers, I encourage them. Yes. So Wednesday, they use it to do all sorts of, sometimes they don't come, and you know, and so on and so forth. But then this is human behavior. So really, it is empowering the youth and me making sure that they do what is right.
No, that's a good example. And actually driving through the town, we saw school children doing as you've mentioned, sweeping, weeding along the roadsides and things like that. Sanitation is always a big issue as a country that we faced. In bigger cities like Accra, it's been a thing we've struggled to deal with. Is it the time for other bigger places like that to be looking at Kushia as an example to be learning from?
Well, every new thing gives an opportunity for people who feel that's a good thing to copy or learn or adapt. I remember I went to a conference and one paramount chief, Nana Yeji Mahine, came to me and he said, "You are Nana Prajinsem." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "I've been looking for you for a long, long time because I heard that Kushia sanitation is on top, and I want to come and find out how you manage this and have a conversation with you." I said, "Yes." Just under a month he came. He spent about 3 days with me here. We were brothers. We went everywhere. When he went back, at that time I had dustbins. A lot. I sent 50 to him also to use. I was happy that somebody thinks that there's something good happening and he wants to copy. It's good. Me, I copy all the time. Secondly, somebody sent me a video. Nana Domahine.
Yes.
He had a 22nd anniversary or something. And he said he would not be good to end his anniversary without complimenting Hunabo Brim Prajin Same Desist for his sanitation work. I had never met the gentleman. I had never spoken to him. And I thought, wow, this is interesting. About 3 months ago, Omahin of Suba in Central Region, he called me. He said, "Nana, I'm launching my sanitation program in my traditional area. Can you please come and chair it for me and talk to the youth for me?" I said, "Sure." So I went to Brownhafu. There I met Domahine. On my way to Suma, Domahine was sweeping with ladies playing music behind him. He was sweeping and weeding from town to town. Apparently, he had also been invited to Suma. And I got down from the car and I joined him. And it was joyous. The people there couldn't believe. So finally we ended up there, and the rest is history, so they say. So maybe we can learn from each other. First, we must learn to understand that there's nothing wrong in copying. In fact, Domahine's example to me demonstrated how confident the gentleman is. He's a very noble man. to have sat on TV and say that my celebration will not end until I compliment somebody else he has never met. This is deep.
Now, Nana, those are examples that actually tell of maybe the need for people to, like you said, copy or follow, as it were. But Kushia is just on the lines of the River Pra, and we had the opportunity to actually go and see the extent of damage that has been caused to the river. You have been here as traditional leader for a few decades. What was the situation then and now, and how worrying a situation is it for you when you look at what the state of the river is today?
When I was installed as a chief here, I was taken to River Pra as part of the tradition, and I had a bath, let's say.
Okay.
And when I got there, I was quite reluctant to go and have a bath with all these things that they've mixed, in the bucket and so on, because I saw the fishes.
Clear water?
Clear. The water was clear. Clear. The definition of water, clear. And then something came called Galamsey from the north side, and damaged the water totally. You can't see, it's like Milo. You can't see anything.
Okay, before we move on to other subjects, just a last one on this. Just because your community is on the coastline of the River Pra, are your people still able to fish?
No. It's poisonous. It's poisonous.
That's work that's been taken away from.
Yeah, they are redundant. Well, they come back to the land, and the little that they can get from the land is what keeps them alive.
Okay. Now we would just return after a brief break, and then we would continue with a conversation. This is still People and Places. I'm speaking with the traditional leader in Asinkushia, Nana Pra Ajinsem the Sith. We'll be right back.
Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest stars, everyone to us.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Goodluck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Welcome back from that short break. My guest is Nana Pra Ajinsem the Sith. He's the paramount chief of the Asen Orenchi traditional area. Nana, now this is your palace. It's huge, perhaps the biggest in West Africa, not even Ghana. It's a long story about how you came to achieve this. Would you be kind enough to let us in on when this vision started and how far you've gone with it?
I remember one day I was talking to my wife about Kushia, and she said, "You should build a palace. Oh, you should build a palace before you go, you should build a palace. I said, okay, I will. Little did she know that all her chop money will go into the palace. I started building the palace 13 years ago. You see this tree that we're sitting under?
Yes.
I planted it the same day. So they have the same birthdays, the tree and the palace, 13 years ago.
This tree's been here for 13 years.
Yes, and so has this building, which I haven't. The palace is not completed yet. So I want to be intergenerational leader. When I leave this wretched world, I want to be remembered for a long, long, long time. And one of the things that I selected to do, mainly to give my people employment, is tourism.
Okay.
So I decided to put up this palace that will attract internal tourists in the main. I mean, this building, if you go outside Europe and this, they've seen it. This is nothing to write them about. But at least within Ghana, within my own people, if they hear that there is such a structure, they may want to see it, and therefore part of the tourism cocktail will be the palace, the fish ponds competition, the crocodile pond, the tomb of the unknown slave, and all part of the tourism offer that I'll be giving to the people, from students right down to executive directors and so on. So gradually, I'm not a wealthy person. Resourceful maybe, but not wealthy. So it's taken me a long time, but I've known palaces that took them 300 years to build. So I've done well with 13 years, and I haven't finished.
There are a lot of rooms, a lot of places like you mentioned, the slave tomb, as well as there's even a mini zoo right in here. But what would you say, or which of the places in this palace is your most favorite?
Oh, no doubt, my mortuary.
Your mortuary?
Yeah, I have a mortuary.
No, you have a mortuary?
Yes.
Right in here?
Yes.
A private one?
Yes, of course. It's not for public. That's why I have my own.
And it's your most favorite place?
Yes. It reminds me of my mortality. So it humbles me. So it's my favorite spot.
That's very interesting that you love the fact that there's such a place, because people don't think about death a lot.
No, but the death is not present. I'm not surprised. And I don't enjoy it. I don't think about it, but I prepare towards it because, as I say, I'm an ordinary human being. I must know I will go. So perhaps to the youth and everybody, you will go one day. So if you want to do insurance for your case or your family, do it, because you will go. If you want to prepare every funeral, there are fights because we don't prepare ourselves for the inevitable. We are running away from the fact that we will die one day. And then Hunabobrim doesn't run. I face it, I prepare for it.
And now give us a mental journey around this palace. What and what? Apart from the few ones we've heard about, what would anyone see when they come into this palace?
First of all, they will see Ghanaian. What a normal, ordinary Ghanaian can do. That people will say that the biggest palace in Africa, West Africa, Ghanaians, we do exaggerate. That aside, they will know that we Ghanaians can do a lot if we apply our minds to it. I don't know if you've been around, but if you've been around, you've been to the banquet hall.
Yes, the one upstairs.
You've been to Nyakwan Hall, where they're working. You saw the lights. It's in the form of canoe. It was done here in Kushia. The chandeliers done by a welder that I use. I called him and
the chandeliers we see up there were done right here?
Yeah. They were done, well, they were done in Accra, but they were done in Ghana. Yes, my son designed it, Fidel, and he called my welder, and we sat down with the drawing for him, and we both said, you can do it. And he did it. So, potentially, Ghana has a lot to offer. A lot to offer. Just show them the way. Just provide the leadership. When I was young, there used to be a company called Elang.
Mm-hmm.
It was a furniture company. It's in Swiss.
Okay.
They came here. They trained the Ghanaians. Master carpenters became one of the best master carpenters in the world. They trained and they were able to perform. So one of the areas, and also the fact that this building, most of it have been built by locals in Kushia. The masons, the laborers, the painters in Kushia. I didn't bring any mason I brought a supervisor, but it's all the mason carpentry work.
Were done right here?
Right here by the boys around. By the boys around. At worst by Ghanaians. And I'm very proud of Ghanaians.
Nana, is there a name for this tree?
Oh, rain tree.
Rain.
Popularly known as rain tree.
Is it because of the shed?
I don't know, but it's... I knew it. I copied it from a friend of mine. He's deceased now, called George Hammond.
Okay.
And I went to his house in Cape Coast. I used to be be a regular visitor. So I saw that. I said, wow, this is bigger than my umbrella.
And it's something you want to have.
Oh, so the first thing, I planted it the very day that I was doing the foundation.
Ooh. I see. As a traditional ruler and as a chief, you must be very busy. How are you able to juggle that with your everyday life and perhaps your private life?
Yes. You know, chieftaincy is a calling. When you are called, what you have, you give to your people. When you are not called and you become one, what they have, you will take. I don't, and it's not only chieftaincy, maybe it's leadership, I don't know, but my experience, the most painful part of chieftaincy to me is loss of privacy. You know, I like to enjoy myself, you know, with my friends, my family. Then, you know, we go to a place, we go to a board meeting, let's say Takrady. I have friends who will come on and let's go, there's a spot here, let's go and have fun. You enter the place, somebody say, oh, Nana, good evening. That's the end of the evening.
Takes away all the fun.
Yeah, it's gone.
But are you able to juggle it? You've been doing this for decades. Have you gotten used to it already?
No, you never get used to losing your privacy. Never. It's very funny. When I used to live in England, and when I read about the royal family pleading for their privacy to be preserved, and I just said, but what's the matter with you guys? You are people's people, and maybe they would like to know what you do. Then I realized that, oh, I see. It must be separate indeed. It's the worst for me. Maybe it is because of who I am.
Okay.
Maybe for other leaders, that doesn't come into their equation because they don't like the life that I like. So they like staying at home and being proud. Nobody will find them anywhere that you're not supposed to be and say good evening, Nana.
And then it messes up everything.
Yeah.
Well, Nana, I couldn't avoid seeing a very beautiful thing here. It was a carriage in this palace.
Yes.
The type we would see in England. I mean, the last time I saw something close to that was during the funeral of the late Queen of England.
Yes.
Nothing close to that, but I saw one right here in this palace. Is that something you use?
No, actually, you're the first press men and ladies that have come here since I got the royal carriage. I've never used it.
Okay.
And I don't know when I'm going to use it. But I've always had challenge about being carried by another human being. It has been something that has bothered me for a long, long time. I ask myself really and truly, and I'm not saying this frivolously, I mean it, that another human being carrying me, I found it offensive. I am nobody to have that privilege of being carried by another human being. I know that it's a tradition, it's custom, but there are several practices that we have stopped. I mean, I have never seen it, but I heard that when the chief dies, they will kill people to go with the chief so that those people will serve the chief somewhere, wherever he's going. That I have heard used to be the custom and tradition. So we should do that today. So if somebody kills somebody close to you because somebody thinks he's so important that he has died, and when he goes, he needs people to serve him wherever he's going. Is that correct? The Constitution of Ghana, I think it's Article 272C, give the chiefs the opportunity to eliminate, that is the word used, to eliminate outmoded customs and traditions, and that is precisely what I'm doing.
So you're working around...
Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think that the time has come for me to look at that particular aspect of culture. To me, it's an abuse. For me. So it lasted a long time.
Okay.
And it did because I didn't find alternative. I saw the reason that they will carry their leader and so on. I could read the mentality. And I delved into history a little. You know, when the white people came and enslaved us, they will go from the coast right down up to go and buy slaves and bring them. They were in a hammock, and the blacks were carrying them with their helmets. I suspect that when they left, our people saw it and they liked it. I suspect.
Okay.
So maybe copying is okay. Good copying is even better. So maybe they saw it and adopted it. Or maybe in those days also there were no streets, no cars, no roads. So when they're traveling with their leader, they thought out of respect, they shouldn't let the leader walk
on it. Okay.
They will carry. I can understand those rationale.
But you don't think that it's still relevant today?
We have cars, we have roads, nice roads. If you want to show, if I want to show, I'm being very careful here, going I, because it is me. I have decided to do what I'm doing. You see, and if I want to show the history of Ghana, how they carried one leader from one place to another, I'll bring them here. My palanquins are there. I will show them that this is the palanquin that they used to carry me. Then from there, we've changed. We've come to royal carriage. And besides, I saw the royal carriage in some other countries. For me, it was more comfortable, and it had dignity. It had dignity. Some royals use horses. Some animal lovers are objecting to it.
Wouldn't that be the case here?
No, I motorized it.
It's motorized?
Yeah, so my henkwa will sit down, dressed traditionally, nitrate, and I'll sit in with my queen mother. I put air conditioning inside. It's more comfortable.
This has been well thought through, and
yes, it
you've
has.
gotten exactly what it is that you want to replace this. Like you mentioned, after all this while, you've been able to achieve this.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you would hope that other traditional leaders also, much as you say you personalize it, but do you think that it's something others should also be considering?
It will come. It will come. Some people are quick and have enough confidence not to care about who started it first, and they see the rationale behind it. They like it. They will come. It will happen. That's how culture is dynamic. It's not, as I gave you an example of somebody, leader dies and they kill. They say it changed it. There's a lot that we have changed, and what is this? And besides, in the olden days, whereby people out of love will carry their leaders, and these days we pay for it,
Yes.
Well, I pay for it. If they want to carry me, they bargain with my elders. Then they charge me and I pay. So what is the point? What is the point? It's not out of respect or deference or I don't know what to say. So I said, no, this thing is offensive to me. It is not right. Because I have male children. If you tell them that they should go and carry me, maybe I won't agree. So other people's male children, it doesn't matter. Of course it does matter.
And I'll take you back to when you spoke about the artisans who built this place.
Yes.
And we speak about unemployment a lot in this country. There's no work. But we have very skilled people. If going by what has been done in this palace is anything to even go by, then we should not be worried so much. Why does it seem like Ghana is not taking advantage, or we are not moving along the lines of industrialization as it should be, when we have all these skilled people around?
I think that really and truly, honestly, I'm the wrong person to answer this. I don't have power to I mean, the little things that I do here that will employ the youth within my limited resources I've done. But most countries are managed by governments, not traditional leaders, politicians. So I leave it that with them.
So
I'm not a politician.
It's at the doorsteps of politicians.
Yes, I don't know how to do politics.
In all of the things you've done, have there been any particular figures or traditional rulers, anyone across board or sector that you have looked up to, who have influenced some of the things you've done?
Oh, all my life I've learned from the best. And whilst those that I have learned from, I have never even met them in my life.
Okay.
I hear that Asante was a brave lady And if I get the opportunity and I get a book, I will read. And from there, I may learn a lot. There are people in the world, international, that I have admired, that I have read their biographies and I've learned a lot. And I have Ghanaians. This palace, the basic idea may be mine, but where it's ended up, it's not. Because I have friends who will come here and they say, Nana, if you did this, don't you think it would be better? Think about it, it's better, just demolish and do it. So I've learned from various people. Various. And the reason why I cannot mention, say in Ghana, I cannot mention people's name, not because I want to play funny. No. I will mention just like that, especially those I've learned from, they have helped me. The reason why I can't do that is that most people whose help I've appreciated are people who helped me during my socialization process. When I was a kid, my mom, my father, my teachers, my head teacher, and people like that, they have impacted my life. When I grew up, I went to England when I was fairly young. So those who perhaps I can mention are those that I met. No, I didn't meet, those that I read about. But in Ghana, I've had plenty of help. The normal, nothing spectacular.
Now, Kushia is perhaps one of the towns I have seen as many statues as we have in Ghana. A lot of statues. Why do you have so many statues? And right in front of this palace, there are a number of, will I call them totems?
Yes.
There. Tell us the significance of all of these.
Statues. Have you seen my statues?
No,
Since
I
you've been
haven't.
here, I don't have.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, because it is not relevant. The totems, as you see, it's part of the design for the palace to show what Africa can do and to tell the story of how deep our philosophers, our ancestors, when they give you a creature, when they tell you that they give you a proverb, that there's a creature who has one head and two heads and one stomach. And yet when you put meat there for them to eat, they fight over it. I don't know of any country that has produced philosophers that have reasoned that way. So that is why I'm demonstrating, I'm exhibiting the primitive intellectual capacity of my ancestors.
You have a crocodile pond just right outside your palace. Why are you keeping crocodiles?
Because when I came from England, I had never seen a crocodile before, and I wanted to see crocodiles. I think this may have come from conversation, and I was told that I had to go to Paga. And clearly that was nonsense. I've been to secondary school, first year biology. I have to go to Paga before I see crocodile. So I got excavators, I dug a hole, put water inside, and went and got some fingerlings of crocodiles, put them there, and that's where they are. Just to show, please, sometimes Ghanaians will make you a hero when you don't deserve it. This is nothing. Aquatic habitat, you didn't do that secondary form 1. Then why are you traveling all the way? I do not say you shouldn't go to Paga by all means. If I get the opportunity, I will go to Paga too. I'll go anywhere in Ghana for that matter. But we can create a lot in our space. That's what I'm trying to prove.
Now there's a grave that's you call the grave of the, is it unknown slaves?
The tomb of the unknown slave.
Tomb. What's the story around that?
I have a very good historian. His name is Ankra, a brilliant historian. And I called him to research into the history of Orenchi.
Okay.
With the Kushia as the Ahinkro, the capital. And clearly, and he supported this by evidence, both Ghanaians and the English, the colonials. And it was that the slaves going to the south, being taken to the south. Remember, there were no roads, no highways, nothing. They walked through the bush. And he said Kushia was one of the places that they walked through because of the Pra. They will follow the banks of Pra,
okay,
which is going down the coast. So a lot passed through here. And as soon as I said that, I said, wow. Then I can use also the slave story in Kushia. Because clearly, a lot did pass through here. And I said to myself, what can I do to use this also to enhance my tourism program? So I was thinking about it. Then I remembered the tomb of the unknown soldier. If you go to European countries in the capital, you will see a statue of the tomb of the unknown soldier. When the general dies, they will give a statue of the general, his face, everything. He was born this, but the ordinary soldier, nobody did that for the ordinary soldier. They just represent them by a tomb of the unknown soldier who died to save this country. So I said, then I'll do the tomb of the unknown slave.
Which is a beautiful tomb.
Thank you. And to immortalize them and show respect and empathy. Try and put yourself in their space and see how they suffered for this country. I want the kids to see this. And they will ask questions and you will tell them, this gentleman very likely traveled about 300, 400 kilometers. By the time he got here, was so weak, he died. I've given it a name, so that the youth will feel the ills of slavery. That is why any custom, tradition that has a slave connotations must be destroyed. Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. It is still there. And we ourselves, we use that. When people get positions, they use that to suppress. They use that to enslave. We haven't emancipated ourselves from mental slavery yet. So we use it every day. If you see a headmistress, when she appears, even teachers run away. If you see managing director, he goes in the lift, nobody can go into the same lift. Hey, if you see some minister coming out of that, hey, let alone. With AK-47. Now, this may not be necessary.
The Kushia story is a beautiful one, I mean, without a doubt. And if anyone was coming here, what would you want to tell them? Or what kind of memories would you want them to live here with, beyond the obvious?
What is obvious to you may not be obvious to me. Apart from, we've passed the sanitation, now we are in the pretty state. I want Kushia to be the prettiest.
Prettiest.
Yes. The neatest and the prettiest. You saw the flowers, the yellow flowers, and I had these flowers there. When they were doing the road, they just destroyed them because they expanded the width of the road. And so I just want the person, I'll have a signboard, leave Kushia as you found it. I want the person to have a mentality that he's going to replicate that in his own village, town, hamlet, whatever. That's what I want.
Ehunabubrim, Nana Pra, Agensem, the set. Thank you very much for speaking with us. Lengthy conversation. I have learned a lot from. I know I've stolen a number of things I want to replicate in my house one day. And we are grateful for the opportunity. It's such a great honor. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
So that's been our guest, Nana Pra Agensem, the Sith traditional paramount chief of the Orenchi traditional area. Thank you all for joining us on this episode of People and Places from Asin Kushia here in the Central Region. Until another time, be kind to one another. My name is Eche Atisu.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest stars, everyone to us.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Every sex outside of marriage automatically destroys destinies?
Yes, has the potential to destroy destiny. Where we have a soul tie, where we have a spiritual bonding, where I carry part of you wherever I go, you carry part of me wherever you go as a spouse.
Right there.
It's another day, another beautiful day, and welcome to Moans and Cuddles with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. Today we're discussing sex and your destiny. Do you know that there are certain people you're not supposed to sleep with? Some can destroy your destiny, others can even destroy your life just by one act of sex. And my guest is Reverend John Cato. He is the resident pastor of Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry. He's also a counselor, and he's going to give us all of these details. Who is the right person to sleep with? Is it just your partner, or maybe sex before marriage, you know, youthful exuberance? A lot of people, you try this, try that, try this, try that, and look for the one that is good in bed. But do you know that in all of these, one can destroy your destiny? Welcome, Reverend.
Thank you.
Sex and destiny. What is so... Sex is sex.
Yes.
Would it be right for me to explain it like that, that sex is sex? As far as the edge is there and you have somebody to sleep with, and that's it. But how dangerous is it?
Yeah. Sex is more spiritual than physical. Sex is a God-ordained activity. And sex is what makes marriage to be consumed. That is why in the Jew setting, when you marry, for 1 year, you don't go to war, you don't work. You stay in the room with your spouse, your partner, because the marriage must be consumed. And until the act of sex is performed, there is no marriage. It is the act of sex that brings the two together and makes the marriage to be consumed.
But in this current day and age, sex is like drinking water.
That is the wrong understanding.
Yes. It will be good for
you
me
know,
to
and everybody you have sex with, you carry a part of the person with you.
In which way?
Because you exchange life. Your sperm is your life, and whatever comes from the woman is also the woman's life.
What if there's a protection?
You have entered the person.
So
if you have not entered the person, there is nothing like sex.
But so far as you've entered the person, that there's that connection.
Yes.
Whether you ejaculated or not.
You have entered. There is that thing that makes you one. And that is it. And the act of sex is the man penetrating the woman.
Then I want to say, I don't know if it will be wrong for me to say that there are people walking around with lots of...
Thank you. That's why they need deliverance.
Maybe.
You know, that is why there's a saying that it is very easy for exes to fall to each other than for new, fresh people who have met. That is why it is very dangerous to play around with your ex.
With your ex. Okay.
Because they already carry a part of you. There is already a certain bonding that you have.
So it is very easy, no matter your status in life, whoever you have had a sexual encounter with, run away from them. I will not advise anybody to entertain their exes around them when they are married. Don't. It's too dangerous for you. It takes a little effort for you to fall for each other again. Little effort.
People make this excuse that you have no idea what the future holds, so you're supposed to keep them around just in case someday they might be in a better position to help you.
Yes, you may be a better position to help me, but there is to some extent.
Okay.
Even you being in a better position to help me, your help will endanger my future. Because my ex may be a managing director of a company and then gives me a job offer in that same institution. And it will happen that we may be traveling together on job schedules to execute certain assignments. Will it endanger my current marriage? Will it endanger my productivity and my progress? Will it endanger my Christian life if I'm a Christian? Will it endanger? Will it cause me to fall or to do things I don't want to do? So even if it is for the future, that's why I'm keeping you within my space. There must be a set to some extent. You understand? And then also, there should not be a secret between me and you if you are my ex. There is nothing that happens after we are both married or we have broken up and find new love. There should be nothing that happens between us that should be a secret between me and you that my spouse or your spouse shouldn't know. If we are traveling because of work schedule, my spouse should know.
So, away from that, does that mean that irrespective of what the need might be at a particular moment,
yes,
or a particular time,
yeah,
it is still wrong to engage in a sexual activity with somebody who is also not your ex, but you know very well, maybe at that moment you are so much in need.
Sex
the person wants to help you, but in exchange...
Do you know sex is a temporary thing?
Oh, yes.
But whatever that you may give in exchange for that sex may be a lifelong thing. And do you want to trade your pride for a temporary need that does not even have the power to determine your progress? Because, for instance, you needed money to buy shoe because your friend is going to marry, and you thought that wearing a new shoe or a particular shoe to match a particular dress for that wedding would be nice. So for this reason, you fell to somebody, you had sex with somebody to get money to buy that shoe, and this person goes for the rest of their life with the notion and with the thought that they slept with you. And you wear this shoe and this shoe spoils, or the wedding comes to an end and you don't even have need of that shoe again. But you have exchanged your pride for a temporary thing.
And like that connection, you guys
and
are
that connection
connected.
is there. It's a soul tie. Because sex is not only physical thing. Sex is so soulish. It touches your soulish realm. It touches your spiritual realm. That is why a good sex, you don't end a good sex with a certain atmosphere created around you. You understand? So sex is an act that affects our physical being, our soulish being, and our spiritual being. Please don't take it for granted. That is the only thing that God put in marriage that makes a difference when it comes to marriage. That I can have sex with a woman because she is my wife. The reason why I cannot have sex with the other person is because they are not my wife. No matter how close we may be, my sister can be very close to me. I can love my sister to bits and will not wish my sister to suffer anything evil or go through any difficulty. So I will work as hard as possible to provide for my sister. But I cannot have sex with my sister. I can only have sex with my wife. And that is the difference between my sister and my wife. That is the difference between my mother and my wife. I can love my mother I work hard and I work extra hours to earn extra income because of my mother. I want to give my family and my mother a comfortable life. But I cannot have sex with my mother. I can only have sex with
that one. I know it's well understood when it comes to our setting, but you know, sex has become one lose a normal thing. Yeah, a few minutes.
It's a lack of understanding.
You can even go to the bathhouse anywhere.
Because we don't know what we lose.
Yes.
We lose a lot of things. You know, whenever you engage in sex, you may see it as a one-time something.
Yeah.
But the ripple effect can be very dangerous. In our day and in our time, there are people who are selling sperms of people. And they sell the sperm for rituals in exchange of the person's destiny. So there are people who pay huge sums of money to buy sperms from commercial sex workers. They contract commercial sex workers to try and trap people of certain caliber and within a certain space. All they need is their sperm, because their sperm carries their soul. So when they get their sperm, they take it to the ritualist to exchange the person's destiny with theirs.
So in this case, somebody will ask, why? So does that mean it is wrong? Okay, could it be that we can sleep with other people, but maybe you're not supposed to sleep with sex workers?
Do you know what the other person is going to do with your act of sex with them?
So maybe because that person, you know, you're free, that person is your friend. Yeah, so you guys have that casual cordial.
That is how you may see
sex worker is on a different level, if I was saying.
Do you know people can be friends today but can be enemies tomorrow?
Yeah, it's possible.
So today they were friends. You had a casual sex activity. But tomorrow, depending on their need, they blackmail you with that act of sex that you had, that you may even have forgotten. But because of their selfish interest, they will blackmail you. They will send you a reminder of that act and I'll tell you that if you don't pay such and such amount, or if you don't give them these offers and do these things for them, they will tell your spouse, or they will let it out for people to know that one time in your life you took advantage of them in their vulnerability. You slept with them, and that can shut and bring a close to your life's destiny, whatever stage you may be in, no matter how hard you fight.
So in this case, it is your boyfriend, girlfriend, we are dating. We do not want the states whereby, because we hear stories of people getting married and like, no, we never had any sexual encounter when we got married. But immediately we got married, I realized that nah, this person ejaculates too quickly, or is not good, or doesn't initiate it, or doesn't even enjoy the whole process. So they advise themselves that it's better to, whilst in a relationship,
to test and see. So if you test and I ejaculate quickly, you will leave me because of ejaculation.
So they want to try.
So with all the greatness I have in me, with all the potential I have, for us to have a better life, because of ejaculation that can be worked on. Because ejaculation can be mental, it can be medical, it can be worked on. There can be medicines you take to delay your ejaculation.
And now
there can be psychological treatment for you that will help with your premature ejaculation. So it can be worked on. It doesn't affect our destiny.
So it is wrong for us to engage in a sexual act before marriage?
It is for your own good, because you don't know tomorrow. What if the person does it and leaves you tomorrow? So when they advise of abstaining from premarital sex, it is for our own good. So tomorrow we don't fall victim, or we don't feel used, or we don't feel betrayed. Because the reason why some people have stayed in bad relationships is because there were the acts of sex, and they feel like if they should leave, the other person has gained or taken advantage of them. The other person has gotten too much from them. You understand? So then they stay in until they lose it. You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
But to think right, to act right, and to have right, sometimes, or I would say, it is better for you to abstain from premarital sex. It helps you yourself, because when you disengage, you don't feel used, you don't feel a part of you taken. You understand?
Yeah.
So it is for our own good, because if it is to know how to have sex and to master the act of sex, you can master it whilst you are in it. Because the best way to enjoy sex is to tell your partner how you enjoy it. So you tell them how they should do it, how you will love them do it, and you enjoy it. And they also, that is why there should be a lot of communication in sex.
We'll have to go on a break.
Thank you.
It's still Malts and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. We're discussing sex and destiny, and also understanding that engaging in sexual acts with people you are not married to can be dangerous and can affect your destiny. We'll be right back to talk about how that will affect our destiny after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist Cupcake, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Okay, so welcome back from that quick break. The show is still Malts and Cuddles with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond, and we're discussing sex and destiny, how sex, just one act of sex, can destroy your destiny. My guest is Reverend John Cato. I was going to say Reverend Doctor, so let me just say Reverend Dr. John Cato.
Professor.
He's a counselor and he is the resident pastor for Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry. He's going to list how an act of sex can destroy your destiny if done with a... So for us, it's out of marriage that it is wrong, whether it is premarital sex or sex with an ex or sex for benefit, like friends with benefits, all of that. So for us, it is out of marriage, it is wrong and can affect your destiny. He's going to explain that.
Thank you very much. So sex is so powerful that the very mention of sex draws attention, and the very news of somebody involved in a sexual activity with the opposite sex draws a lot of eyebrow, especially if the person is not the marital partner of the person at the center of events. And it's scriptural. In the Bible, there's even from Abraham that today we talk about Abraham being the father of many nations, and Abraham being our great-grandfather. We all know the story of Abraham, when the wife Sarah advised him to engage with Hagar, the housemaiden, for the sake of a child, and had a sexual encounter, although the children came. But we all know what happened. Ishmael and Isaac. Today, there is a lot of fighting in the Middle East because of Ishmael and Isaac. You understand? So it affects destiny a lot. We must be very careful. Somebody might have the ability to manage the extent to which they suffer, but it will still affect. If you look at Joseph in the book of Genesis, the Bible said that and the master's wife trapped him to sleep with her, and Joseph ran for his life. What Joseph was running away from is not that he cannot have sex or have a good sex. He was a nice looking young man, energetic young man, but he had his destiny in sight. So he ran away so his destiny will be intact. Imagine if Joseph has slept with Potiphar's wife, and now Joseph has risen to the point of becoming a prime minister. How manipulative Potiphar's wife will be to him, and how the mention of that act could affect his moral courage and his ability to deliver. But when the news went out that he was innocent and he ran away from that single act, they knew he was a man that could be trusted. They knew if he ran away from something in private, then things in public, he will not succumb to it. He will run away from it. And it gave him the moral courage to stand and to speak and to deliver.
And it's serious that we have, from all that you said, tracing back, we have even people in our country that just an act of sex has
brought them down.
Yes.
Has shattered their life they've built with a lot of effort, a lot of resources, a lot of support system. One act of sex.
Someone once said that, I wouldn't say, excuse me to say, that a penis, an ejaculated penis, does not even know a mad person. So first, it is ready and hard and hot. Anything available.
That is when you allow your erection to give you direction. When your erection gives you direction, you are in danger. That is why we must control our erection. So you don't just have sex because you have erection. Because you wake up in the morning as a man, as a strong, abled man, as a healthy man. Every man wakes up in the morning with an erection. But that erection is for urinal. That erection is not for sex. So you should have control over your body. And you should decide when to have sex and when to abstain from sex. You don't have sex with your wife because you saw your wife and you had an erection. Sex starts from the morning. If the action would take place in the evening, it must start from the morning. How you spoke to your wife, how you followed up on your wife, how you cared for your wife, how you handled your wife, how you loved your wife, cuddled her, appreciated her. Then the action in the evening will be super. You understand? So it is not when erection is there that you think about sex. You think about sex when you want to have it. So the same way you can decide to restrain from sex when you don't want to have it.
But why then why then do some people make it sound like it is difficult to control erection?
Because they want to do it.
So
look, most of that
decided to do it, you will do it.
Yes, most of that acts have been premeditated, whether in marriage or out of marriage. 99% of acts of sex is premeditated. So that lady has been watched once, has been watched twice. A certain picture is forming in the mind of the person, and the person is admiring and planning and devising how to approach, where to do it, the possible places and the possible ways of doing it. That is why, please don't take for granted people who start making flirtatious moves towards you. When they see you, all that you are looking, they have nothing to say but to pass comment on how your breast is looking, how your buttocks is looking, how romantic and sexual you. Thank you. Be careful. Such places, such people, don't joke with them. If they get you, they won't spare you. Run away from them. So please be careful when you begin having certain ungodly feeling and sinful appetites. Watch it. The enemy is after your destiny. He is not after that act of sex. Because a lot of homes have been broken because of the act of sex. And mind you, the scripture says that it is only on that basis that a divorce becomes legal according to scripture. That you can only divorce your spouse when they commit the act of adultery, of going outside their marriage to have sex with another person. That is when divorce is granted according to scripture. Because Jesus, you know, when Jesus engaged the people and they refer to the law of Moses, that you can divorce when your spouse commit the act of adultery, which is having sex outside marriage. Jesus said, in the beginning, it was not so. You understand? Please, let's be very careful, because the president can come down because a woman open his legs to him. Open her legs to him. The president can come down. The president can lose all that they have built. People have lost their courage to speak in public and to address certain issues of life because that thing that they did is still hunting them. A whole empire can crumble in a day. What has been built over a period of years can come down in a day. Even the life of your children can be affected because the news of their father becoming infidelity in marriage is out there.
So does that mean that every sex outside of marriage automatically destroys destinies?
Yes, has the potential to destroy destiny. It has the potential to destroy destiny. Some people have not suffered that because they don't merit that. The reason why some people have survived it is that one, they don't merit it. But if what they have, their possession, their position, their stature in life, their status in life, what the other person stands to gain, you understand, comes to play, they may suffer it. Some people have not suffered it because they don't merit it. But you see,
so even with the now young generation coming up, engaging in sexual activity, left, right, center, it's also
do
has
you
the
know some
potential
people
to destroy their destiny?
Yeah, do you know even when you perform the act of sex as a student, you are expelled from the school?
How?
Yes, when you are caught in
so for us it has been made public.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
That is why you, even with your spouse, you cannot have sex in the open.
Not at all.
It is determined as indecent exposure.
Yeah.
It's a criminal offense.
That's true.
Thank you, because it's a secret thing, and it is supposed to be shrouded in that envelope of glory and privacy and secrecy. You understand? So you cannot even have sex with your own wife in the open as an act of indecent exposure. You understand? That's why I say it's more spiritual. And you and your wife having more sex binds you together more and brings you closer to each other more. That you push and fight together more. And do you know?
So in this case, when it happens that it binds you together, bonds you together, and then you introduce other people, third parties, now coming in.
Yes. It affects the other person because, as I said earlier on, everyone you have sex with, you carry a part of the person along. So when you carry a part of me, you go and have sex with another person. You have shared me with that person, and you have shared yourself. So you have given part of me to the person. You have given part of you to the person. The person has also given part of him or herself to you, and whoever they have slept with, they've given you a part. So the best way to transmit spiritual contamination is through sex.
Spiritual contamination.
Yes, the quickest way to floor somebody
is through sex.
If me as a man of God will come down or will be contaminated, will be possessed, is through the quickest way is through the act of sex.
So in this case, what if maybe it happens and you realize that, oh, I've made a mistake, and then you take it to God?
Go for deliverance. Ask for deliverance. Be delivered. Let that thing be cast out.
Delivered.
Of you. Yes, because it's a spiritual thing.
Jesus, out.
No,
that kind of thing.
They're not, the first thing is to accept you are wrong.
Okay, yeah.
You understand, and seek for help.
Yeah.
Admit you are wrong. You've done the wrong thing.
So this one, why are you going to seek for help?
You go to God.
Okay.
There is self-deliverance, and there is deliverance where you seek for a stronger person to also pray with you and command that thing out of you. You understand?
So when it happens like that, whatever soul ties you have with other people,
it gets broken. So I always advise people. You know, sometimes people find it difficult accepting that you are telling them the truth. So most couple I meet, when they are about to get married, I tell them, you have to go through deliverance. I'm not saying you have engaged with somebody, but if it has happened
in the past,
so that it's broken.
Okay.
So that it's broken. Most marriages have broken because of what the other person is carrying. It's fighting, because I don't know if you've heard where people said, my ex did not do it like this.
Yes.
My ex did not speak like this.
It's a common kind of conversation.
Thank you. You are carrying a part of that ex along. So it keeps coming back. You are carrying a part of that person. And that is what, sometimes we think, oh, he just said it. No. Words are more spiritual than physical. The Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. It's what in our heart that we speak.
So anyone who has been involved in any sexual encounter outside of marriage,
you must go through deliverance. Even if you did it when you were married, and you committed that offense, you must go through deliverance. Whether your spouse knows it or not, go through deliverance. Otherwise, it will haunt you someday. Sex is more spiritual. Sex is ordained of God. It's not ordained of man. It's ordained of God for us to enjoy each other, for us to be procreational. You understand? That is why what God can do, he put it in the act of sex.
Okay.
You understand? So the Bible says that, and the angel came to Mary and said, you will conceive. And Mary says that, I knew no man. I have not slept with any man. How do I get? Because they knew, or it is known that God has put that ability to conceive in the act of sex. But you know that children are a gift from God. It's not all acts of sex that brings children.
Okay.
But God has hidden it in that act so that when it is done right, God's blessings comes in. You understand? So it is ordained of God for spiritual purposes, where we have a soul tie, where we have a spiritual bonding, where I carry part of you wherever I go, you carry part of me wherever you go, as a spouse. That is why when I travel abroad, I miss my wife. When my wife travels, she misses me and desires me. You understand? Because I'm a part of it. That is why, you see, sometimes a spouse will say, I was here and I felt like calling my wife. And when I called my wife, it's like my wife needed me, needed my attention, or was in some kind of trouble or something. Yes, because there is that bonding, there is that togetherness there. You understand? So in the institution of marriage, if sex is denied, then the marriage will suffer. That's why you must be careful. You don't deny your partner when it comes to sex.
Reverend, I'm so grateful. I have learned a lot. Just adding up to some few ones that I know, apart from knowing very well that premarital sex is wrong. You've taken us to another level of understanding how dangerous it is, understanding that sex is more spiritual than physical and can destroy you. Most people who have built their lives to a particular dimension have been brought down just because of some few minutes act.
Samson's destiny was cut short because of the act of sex. He couldn't control it. David nearly suffered sin because of Bathsheba. He slept with Bathsheba. He saw Bathsheba bathing from the rooftop.
And he couldn't control his erection.
He couldn't manage his erection, and his erection gave him direction. And he slept with somebody's wife. And Nathan came and he said, you have a lot of goats. If you got a visitor, that was the statement Nathan made. He said, if you have gotten a visitor, you had a lot of goats you could slaughter. Why go for someone's one and only goat? A visitor, erection comes and goes. It's not permanent. There's nobody who have had erection for 24 hours. Then they are sick.
Erection comes and goes. Please, control your erection. Control it so that you do not allow it to direct you. Because when it's directing you, it has to direct you to the right person. That is your spouse. If it directs you outside of that, you are in trouble and you will need deliverance. The show has been Mounts and Cuddles with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. My guest has been Reverend Dr. John Cato. He's a counselor and then the resident pastor of the Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry. Until the same time next week, stay blessed.
want you Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards. Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luck is everywhere.
To explain to those who do not understand what happened, Mr. Speaker, the dream ship was sold at the time when Katie Hammond was a 3-month-old deputy minister at the Ministry of Energy. Mr. Speaker, and it came about because this the government at the time before we came to government, that was constituted by a party consisting of my colleagues sitting out here. Mr. Speaker, indulge, if you don't keep quiet, you will not listen and you continue perpetuating this mistake. Mr. Speaker, the government then preceding us perpetuated through GMPC what had come to be known as Cha-Cha. They played hedging with the financial institutions in Britain, in Paris, all over Europe. Mr. Speaker, through GMPC, when our government came to power in 2001, it became clear that there was a debt overhang of, Mr. Speaker, $47 million that the Foreign Societe Generale was claiming from GMPC and, for that matter, the government of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, what then happened was that eventually Societe Generale obtained a judgment from the English High Court which demanded GMPC and government of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, to pay, you raise the point, you should listen, to pay the $47 million plus interest. Mr. Speaker, I was dispatched to go and see if there could be a settlement. Mr. Speaker, my being sent out there was at the instance of the entire cabinet in the process, Mr. Speaker, and this is significant. Out of the debt overhang of $47 million, I was able to negotiate with those guys, Mr. Speaker, to beat the $47 million down, Mr. Speaker, to a figure of $19.5 million. That is what the creditors were prepared to accept, because I negotiated on behalf of Ghana and I negotiated very well. $19.5 million out of the $47 million. Mr. Speaker, what then transpired at the end of it was that they were asking for the $19.5 million. How was it to be paid? Mr. Speaker, you will recall the very first statement made by His Excellency President Kufuor when he came to this house. The hallowed state of the economy that had been bequeathed to the MPP. Where were we to get that $19.5 million from? Mr. Speaker, it also happened that the Societe Generale had actually impounded the so-called ray ship In Amman, the drillship was actually not being used by GNPC. It had been impounded in Amman and would not be released until that amount was paid. It is for this reason that the government, the finance minister, the attorney general, the president, my minister, cabinet decided and mandated me to ensure that it was sold for $24 million, out of which, Mr. Speaker, 19.5 million was used to pay the creditors. Mr. Speaker, out of the balance, so much of it was also used to pay the unpaid debt of GNPC. This matter has been going on and on and on. I can't say about I expended, I sold some dressing like tomatoes or pepper or some onion or salt. Mr. Speaker, that is the background. I intend to leave it like that. They can wallow in their ignorance. I won't dignify this matter any further. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, back to the document. There has been so much. Back to the document.
Honorable Minister, I gave you enough time to react to what they said.
But they brought up
there were many. You are just one, so I gave you sufficient time to do that.
Sorry,
Majority Leader.
I can't hear you. Sorry, I couldn't hear everybody was shouting.
I said I'll give you enough time to respond to what they said.
Yes.
And so I want to listen to the Majority Leader on this issue. And then I can now guide the House as to the way forward.
Well, but I haven't, because they brought in the drillship, I haven't really done justice to the subject, Mr. Speaker. I think you can indulge me.
Sorry.
Because they diverted me through the drillship matter, I haven't been able to digest the matter. So if you...
No, you haven't laid it yet. We have not reached there yet. We have not reached there yet. No, we have not reached there yet. So you hold on. I'll listen to them before I come back.
Well, thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to remind you that you had earlier on indicated that you will hear from our colleague, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. And so if you can give him an opportunity to speak before I speak, and then the Majority Leader can also speak to the matter. Thank you.
All right, yes. Honorable Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is important to emphasize that the matter before us is a very, very serious one. Mr. Speaker, if this matter is not handled well, the consequences are dire, Mr. Speaker. This country could be plunged into a situation which has occurred in history. It can lead to hoarding. It can lead to kalabule. Mr. Speaker, you remember the essential commodities era. It can lead to hoarding, kalabule. And Mr. Speaker, it will then lead us into the abyss of massive corruption. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the fare schedule attached to this airline, this instrument, Mr. Speaker, we are not speaking about just a few items, 2 or 3 or 4. Mr. Speaker, it's a very wide spectrum. 22 listed strategic products, Mr. Speaker. And for the avoidance of doubt and for our records, rice is on the list. Guts, bladders, and stomach of animals. 3, poultry. 4, animal and vegetable oil. 5, margarine. 6, fruit juices. 7, soft drink. 8, mineral water. 9, noodles and pasta. 10, ceramic tiles. 11, corrugated paper and paperboard. 12, mosquito coil and insecticides. 13, soaps and detergents. 14, motor cars. 15, iron and steel. 16, cement. Number 17, polymers. plastics and plastic products. Number 18, fish. Number 19, sugar. Number 20, clothing and apparel. Number 21, biscuits. Number 22, canned tomatoes. So, Mr. Speaker, what has been presented to us is a wide spectrum. As I speak, as a country, we do not produce a cube of sugar. Not a cube, not a drop of sugar, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the efforts we made to establish the Commander Sugar Factory, as we speak, nothing has been done to operationalize the Commander Sugar Factory. I thought that the Hammond, as a first step, we are all for strengthening local production and making sure we reduce our import burden and strengthen our foreign exchange regime so that the pressure on our currency will be addressed. We are all for that. The principles are noble. But before you get there, there are steps you must take. You cannot even take steps to operationalize Commander Sugar Factory after we have done all the heavy lifting. We don't produce a cube of sugar. And then you say that you are going to restrict sugar. Mr. Speaker, I am from a constituency where, as I speak, Aveime rice, Aveime we all know, is a major rice hub for our country. Aveime rice has collapsed. Under the Akufo-Addo government, they have looked on for Aveime rice to collapse. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the smallholders who are on their own producing rice, because of the VRA-induced floods, the entire irrigation system has been damaged. So they have suspended the production of rice, even at the smallholder level, after Aveime rice collapse. And yet, we have rice on this list. Mr. Speaker, another shocking item here is the garment sector. Again, if you come to my constituency, Jopon Textiles, they need capital injection to revive Jopon Textiles. So, Akosombo Textiles. That has not been done. As I speak to you, they are less than, at the peak of Jopon Textiles production, they had about 1,400 workers. It's in my constituency. Currently, they have less than 200 workers. They are struggling. They are on the verge of collapsing. And yet, we have put textile and garments here. So, the steps that you must take, give them incentives. Assure them that you are making sure that you give them the right interventions to boost production. Address buffer stock. Make sure that we have enough in our warehouses so that as we take on this restriction policy, we are not going to have shortage. Mr. Speaker, all these things have not been done. So why is the Honorable K.T. Hammond seeking to put the cart before the horse? Mr. Speaker, there are provisions in this regulation as I round up, Mr. Speaker. For example, Regulation 13, despite the work of the 10-member registration committee, the Honorable K.T. Hammond has the final say. He can throw their work away. He has the final say, the final discretion. The work of the committee doesn't matter. And Mr. Speaker, under Regulation 18, what is even more bizarre is that when you are aggrieved as an importer and you want to go for review, you want redress of the K.T. Hammond decision, you still go before him. You appear before the same K.T. Hammond under Regulation 18. That's how we so Mr. Speaker, this matter, this ally is only seeking to have one man control our import space. And that is why as many as 6, Mr. Speaker, 6 credible institutions, GUTA, as I speak to you, has sent in a petition. The Food and Beverages Association of Ghana, FABAC, has sent in a petition. Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana have sent in a petition. Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Chamber of Automobile Dealership Ghana, and the National Chamber of
Commerce. I think you've said it all. So your conclusion has been too long.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
So that's the end of it. About communication.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the ally has not been laid. So I have no idea what we are debating in this house today. There is nothing before the house. So, as you indicated to the minister that we are not yet there, I was of the opinion that you would tell the colleagues on the other side that there's nothing before us. I have no idea what the references are being made.
Were you here from the very beginning?
My understanding is that...
Were you here from the very beginning?
No, I've been here since morning.
Please, can you... You've been here since morning?
I've been here since morning. I've been here from the very beginning. Today, I was
so
here.
Why did you say
when
no?
The prayers were being
if you were
said.
here, why did you say no?
I have been here all morning. I had no idea what you meant by the very beginning. But I have been here. I was here before you entered the chamber. I was here for prayers. I have been here throughout.
Minister, do you really listen to yourself when you are talking?
Consider. Yes, I do. I weigh my words very carefully before I speak.
If you were here from the very beginning before we started, and I asked you, were you here from the very beginning? You said no. Then you continue. And now you are telling me you were here even before I entered.
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
I've been
so
here
it meant that
before you
are not listening to yourself.
I had no idea what you meant by very beginning. I haven't been here this week. This is my first time I'm appearing in the house this week. I've been here since the beginning of proceedings today. And I do listen to myself very carefully and weigh my words carefully before I speak. You don't think so? You are entitled to your opinion.
Honorable Minister, this is not the Ministry of Communications. This is Parliament.
I'm very well aware of that, sir.
Resume your seat. Honorable members, I raised the issue. And I raised the issue because the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry came to me and presented his case. And I was convinced, but I hadn't heard from the House. So I put it across. There have been a number of attempts to lay the instrument here, and there have been objections. But I didn't know what was happening. So he came to give me his side of the story, and I agreed with him. But before I could permit him to lay the instrument, I wanted to hear from the House. What is the challenge? And that is what occasioned their reaction and submissions. So I had to listen to them to be able to guide the House as to whether to lay the instrument or not to lay the instrument. That is the issue. And that is why I asked you the question. Please, because of your submissions, it's not. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, last week, Friday, the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry attempted to lay the regulations. Mr. Speaker, it was at that point that the majority leader engaged us and made certain amendments to the regulation and promised that the minister responsible for trade was going to incorporate those amendments, present it to us before he will lay it. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have not seen the changes that he promised to make, to effect in the draft regulation. Mr. Speaker, so I'm at a loss why he wants to lay the same regulation today. But Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I have seen a copy of the regulation, and the regulation was not accompanied by the fiscal impact analysis according to the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, I refer you to the Public Financial Management Act, Section 100, Fiscal Impact Analysis of Legislations and Proposals. Fiscal Impact Analysis of Legislations and Proposals. Section 101 says that any legislation to be laid before Parliament or proposal submitted for the approval of Parliament shall be accompanied by a fiscal impact analysis stating the estimated effect on revenues and expenditures for the financial year in which the legislation or proposal is expected to come into force. The Speaker, as we speak, there is no fiscal impact analysis. The LI that I have seen, the Speaker, according to Section 100, any legislation, LI is a legislation, the Speaker, or proposal to be laid before Parliament must be accompanied by fiscal impact analysis. So I've heard him say that it is not a legislation. If it's not a legislation, the Speaker, it is certainly a proposal. The Speaker, whatever it is, it should have come together with a fiscal impact analysis. The Speaker, before the document is laid before Parliament. So, Speaker, I urge you to ask the Minister responsible for trade and industry to submit to us a copy of the fiscal impact analysis before he can lay the LI. So, Speaker, we demand to see a copy of the fiscal impact analysis. And aside that, the amendment that was effected by the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have not seen those amendments. So can we also have a copy of those amendments for us to be sure that those amendments has been effected? But Mr. Speaker, in any case, the legislation before us or the LI before us, Mr. Speaker, certainly there's a lot wrong with it. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot wrong with it. Mr. Speaker, can the honourable member behave herself and stop shouting at us when we are debating? Mr. Speaker, this is Houses of Parliament. You can't speak like that to us. You can't speak like that to us. Mr. Speaker, our position on this LI is simple. Mr. Speaker, if they want to go ahead to lay this LI, in spite of the objections we have raised so far, we will not be part of this. We will not be part of this. We will wash our hands. The Speaker, as we speak, clearly, if you are to consider Order 48, we do not have enough members even to proceed with the business of the House. We do not have that. The Speaker, we are supposed to have at least one-third. 91. The Speaker, I have counted the numbers here. The Speaker, we do not have 91. We do not have 91. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge him. I want to urge the Minister to stand this LI down. There's a lot wrong with it for him to continue engaging us. Mr. Speaker, 1, there's no fiscal impact analysis. 2, the so-called amendment has not been effected. We have not seen copies. Mr. Speaker, 3, there are issues raised by stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, and we insist those issues must be addressed before the LI is laid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really taken aback by the turn of events. I thought that we were making good progress. I must say that I'm taken aback by this sudden insurrection in the House. We had a sudden insurrection in the House. Mr. Speaker, insurrection in quotes. Mr. Speaker, I'm beginning to hear some threats. And let me remind my colleagues who are sick threats of the imperatives of Order 30, Order 30L. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'll read Order 30L. 30L provides the following acts or conducts shall constitute a breach of privilege or contempt of Parliament. And L says attempted intimidation by threats. Attempted intimidation by threats of members in the conduct of their duties. The honorable member, the minister, is a member of this house. He wants to perform a simple duty, and he's coming under serious threat. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind colleagues that they cannot do that. Mr. Speaker, now the issues have been raised about the need for the Minister for Trade and Industry to have maybe involved the Committee on Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, whilst I agree that that may be a legitimate request, the Minister, we must understand,
is not under any obligation to do, because this is an instrument and it is a subsidiary legislation that has charge for it. And I thought that, Mr. Speaker, you are even going to provide space for the chairman of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to be heard on this matter, and the ranking member. We've not even heard them. We've not even heard them, because they have that specific charge to deal with this matter. Mr. Speaker, I believe, because for now the instrument has not been laid in this house, all that we are doing is pre-laying consultations. So people firing guns at what is not before us in the manner they are handling it, as far as I'm concerned, is incomprehensible. It's incomprehensible. This is backroom consultation. We should limit it to the backroom. But we come on the floor as if the thing is before us, and we are firing guns. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the infinite wisdom of this house, that if the matter comes before us and is so appalling the way some members are describing it, we have the collective wisdom and integrity to stand together and Mr. Speaker, decapitate it. If we can't stand together, it is so appalling.
you don't believe in the collective wisdom of this house? So the matter has not come before us properly.
So all that we have been doing, Mr. Speaker, it has to do with import of some items. Listening to some colleagues is made to appear as if overnight the ministry and the minister is going to ban all these products. Nothing can be further from the truth. Let's not misinform the general public. At the heart of this legislation is import substitution. You want to protect local industry. That's at the bottom of it. How do we do it? Progressively? How do we handle it? I think that should be the preoccupation of this house. But people are taking positions as if, oh, we are for this, these people are against this. It's most unfortunate. It's most unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, the order 166G of this house again comes into play. For the 166, the Speaker, with the greatest respect, it says, it refers to the position of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. there shall be a committee on subsidiary legislation which shall consist of so and so. And then 3G provides whether the legislation that is to be introduced appears to make some unusual or unexpected use of the powers conferred by the Constitution, or that act pursuant to which it is made. If we believe that the regulations are conferring some unusual powers on a minister, our orders provide for us to relate to this and take a decision on that. So really, what you are doing, Mr. Speaker, I can't just comprehend, because we have options open to us that we can resort to. We have options open to us that we can resort to. We do know of the import of Article 11.7. After we've done these backroom consultations, it will come to this House. And if the options, some of them have already related to, if you were listening to me, the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can stand together as a House on this matter. Now, where are we? The matter came before us last Friday. And Mr. Speaker, indeed, I must confess, that was the first time I was having a closer look at the regulations. I observed some challenges and proposed some amendments. Had a discussion with the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, who agreed with me. The minority leader I consulted, who agreed with me. The minister is here. The minister also agreed. And then we said, with that agreement, the minister should factor those amendments, those proposed amendments, into the document and resubmit them. What caused the brouhaha on Friday was maybe some mistrust. Some members saying that they wanted to see the amendments find expression in the instrument before the minister reintroduces it in the House. The minister was saying that was appealing, that we could trust him to do what he was required to do. That was the point of departure. Mr. Speaker, so I thought that we had made considerable progress. My colleague, the Honorable Minority Leader, is now bringing another matter, that he has not seen the document. First, our orders provide that as soon as sufficient copies of this are available with the clerk's office, the minister could do the presentation. It's not for you to see it first. It's not for you to see it first. But Mr. Speaker, that's technically how it's supposed to be. And because maybe there are some disagreements, if you want to progress on the line of maybe the minister showing what has been done finally before it is late, I would not have any fixation on that. But we must be mindful of the time ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, between now and the 22nd of this month, when we intend to adjourn senior D, we have only 18 days. We have only 18 days. Even if we conscripted Mondays to sitting days, we only have 18 sitting days, which then will mean that we will need further 3 more days. That perhaps may mean that we may have perhaps to sit on some Saturdays, so that the bill will be able to mature on the 22nd of December. So, Mr. Speaker, if there are no fundamental challenges, given how far we've traveled and amendments proposed, then I think the only thing left would be, as the minority leader is saying, if the minister can get it printed out today for him to bring it. Because, Mr. Speaker, from the initial consultation that the minister did with the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, I've seen the report that they submitted. But again, because it's not formally with us, there's a difficulty quoting from this. But if you have to quote from this, the conclusion is clear, that the committee had no reason to believe that the 2 draft regulations were not within the ambit of the parameters set under Article 11.7 of the Constitution and the Standing Orders of Parliament. That is the clear determination of the committee. It's not your It's not your It's from the chairman of the Assembly. Yes. It's public document. Mr. Speaker, so that's where we are. Mr. Speaker, so that's where we are. So I'll plead with my colleagues. I think the only thing that is left is maybe the minister factoring everything into the instrument and presenting it. The additional matter that the minority leader states, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately I cannot go along with him. When he refers to the fact that there may not be any fiscal impact analysis. Tell me, all the bills that have come before us, have you had any fiscal impact? Mr. Speaker, in any event, Article 11.7 is clear on this. That is the Constitution. You cannot use statute to amend the Constitution. You cannot. So, Mr. Speaker, let's rest it there. I think with how far we've traveled, as I'm saying, the only point that I will agree with you, the day is not spent. Maybe you can urge the minister to produce the one that carries, the one that bears the amendments, so that we can then present it to the House. As for watching, because the issues raised by the Honourable Kujetu, they have all been factored into it. You spoke about the role of Guta. Well, it's been factored into it. Food and beverages, that committee, they are now part of it. We've considered all these things. So, Mr. Speaker, I observed some wild gesticulations from the usual quarters. I will disregard them. Mr. Speaker, so respectfully, I guess we can provide a useful direction and we'll move on as a House. Mr. Speaker, we need to conclude for the members the contributions on the debate on the budget to pave way for us to bring the questions down tomorrow. So if you can provide the usual useful direction, we can then make progress. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, thank you so much for the information. I did state earlier that the Minister for Trade and Industry briefed me last night on the instrument. I'm aware that since last week, this item has been on the order paper. And I'm aware that there have been some resistance to the minister laying the instrument. So when last night he gave me the brief, I got convinced from his submissions that there was a need for him to lay the instrument today. And I told him so. But we initiated this issue of pre-laying consultations. And that's why when I started, I called on the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to tell us whether they've been that pre-laying consultation. The chairman was not on his seat then. So a member stood up and gave us the position. That was the Honorable Oju Kotoi. And that is where the issues cropped up. That yes, there are a lot of issues still pending, undetermined, and the minister has been asked to do 1, 2, 3. Members got up to amplify on it, and these are all news to me. These are news to me. And so the conversation here, as the majority leader said, is part of the pre-laying consultation. Now, if at the end of the day, leadership and the minister had agreed that there was a need for some amendments to be carried through before the instrument is laid, which I was not aware of, then we'll have to cross-check from the committee whether those things have been done and whether the committee has agreed on it. If that is the situation, then we proceed. Now, I see the chairman of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation, and I'm being given now a copy of the draft LI. I want to know whether that has been brought to your attention and whether the concerns raised have been factored into the LI. Then we can move on.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, for a record, the prelaying consideration of this instrument took place before the committee. And when the minister appeared before the committee, one of the critical issues that we normally want ministers to brief the committee on is the policy rationale, the policy justification for the instrument. We also always want the minister to tell us if the minister is not acting ultra vires the powers conferred on the minister by Parliament under the Substantive Act. And so when the Honourable Minister for Trade and Industry appeared before us, we looked at the Import and Export Act and evaluated the instrument against the powers granted the minister under the Act. And from a legal technical point of view, we came to the conclusion, the entire committee, that the minister had not exceeded his powers under the Act. We also evaluated it against the Constitution and came to a similar conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Majority Leader is right that the criteria for the committee's work is set out very clearly under Order 166 of our standing orders. We are not the ones who evaluate the proper, or let me put it this way, whether the regulatory policy is sound or not. Whether the regulatory policy is sound is the remit of the Committee on Trade and Industry. Our duty is bounded by Order 166. So when we evaluated the instrument, we came to the conclusion that it is within that remit. Now, did we have any issues with the policy justification? Yes, we had issues, Mr. Speaker. The minister gave two reasons. He gave two rationales. One is that they wanted to conserve foreign exchange and then preserve our balance of payments position. And I asked the minister whether in terms of Article 12 of the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, we are within our right in order to do this. And he said yes. I also asked the minister whether his ministry had looked at the WTO agreement on import licensing procedures. And the chief legal officer of the ministry replied that they had done that evaluation and come to the conclusion that it was not in violation of the WTO agreement. Mr. Speaker, I also pointed out to the minister that this is going to affect a lot of stakeholders. And therefore, there was a need for stakeholder reports to be submitted to the committee. As we speak, the committee has not yet received the stakeholders' report. We also raised the issue, and I personally pointed out to the minister, the fact that this instrument could serve as a source of rent-seeking behavior by not the minister in particular, but those in charge of issuing the licenses, the issue of corruption. And for the first time, I pointed out to the minister that there is a report of the Olenu Committee of Inquiry into malpractices and irregularities in import licensing procedures at the same Ministry of Trade. The report is dated 1967. And I also told the minister that it was because of that report that the case of Republic vs. Kenya came before the courts of this country. where corrupt practices relating to import licensing proceedings were the subject matter of the prosecution of Mrs. Akenya. And so, Mr. Speaker, I made it abundantly clear that there was a need for us to look at the instrument and modify it in ways that will make sure that these concerns are addressed. The minister and his technical team agree with me. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, the amendments that the committee proposed, especially the substantive ones, for instance, we propose that cement be taken out because we have already addressed the issue of cement in an earlier instrument, and so there was no need for cement to be repeated in this particular instrument. All right. So, Mr. Speaker, we made it very clear that, subject to these amendments, the House could then take a decision as to whether the instrument should be laid. And Mr. Speaker, it is not the power. It is not within the power of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to clear instruments for laying. This is for Mr. Speaker and leadership. So I submitted a comprehensive memo to leadership of the House, that is specifically the minority leader, outlining what we decided as a committee and leaving it to yourself and the leadership to take a decision whether or not this instrument should be laid. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what took place within the committee, and the memo that was submitted to leadership was for their attention and for decision by this honorable House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to clarify the situation.
Thank you so much for the information. Now, I believe the House now have the opportunity to assess the situation. I didn't want any further delay in the presentation of the instrument, and I didn't want to go back to do a backdoor consultation on this matter. This is the first time I'm hearing all this, and the report you talked about has not been made available to me, so I'm not aware of it. But my concern is to get business of this House going. And it's good sometimes we iron out these differences, not backdoor. But backdoor is transacting business in secret. We are operating an open door policy now. And we just inaugurated the Open Parliament, Open Governance Parliament Caucus. So these things will be done openly, so that there are no suspicions and rumor mongering and allegations. Clearly, what they've made available to me doesn't include cement. Cement is not there. So it meant that this instrument is not the initial one that came before the committee. What I can say is that, Minister, kindly make available copies of this new draft to the committee. As rightly stated by the chairman of the committee, all the points that the chairman stated are correct. I was a chairman of that committee before, and I know how the difficulty of implementing the Article 11(7) and the laws thereafter are posing serious challenges in implementation in the House. So we just do this things to try and iron it out, because when the instrument is laid, you need to test majority to annul it. And the partisan nature of the House is such that you scarcely get to test majority to annul such instruments. And what many of you don't know, that some of these instruments have led to holders of public offices being prosecuted and imprisoned. You don't know this. As a leader, I had the opportunity of advising ministers and public servants on some of these instruments, and they did not listen to me. They were laid and passed. And at the end of the day, those instruments caught up on them. And because it was the implementation of the instruments where offenses were committed and they were prosecuted and convicted. So what we're doing is not just politics, it's real life situation. I will plead with the minister that in spite of my earlier promise to him, he should make available copies of the instrument to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee for them to ensure, as the majority leader also stated, some of those amendments that were agreed upon have been taken on board. Then we can lay the instrument and move on with it. Any other Ahmed? Okay, Harun. Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, let me thank you very much. I ordinarily would not have made a comment, but having listened to the chair of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, the Honorable Dominic, I'm compelled, whilst you guide this House and leadership on what to do, that the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, pursuant to his powers in the Import-Export Act of 1995 and Article 11 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ayeni draws attention to an important matter, and I want to place it on record that probably his committee have been misled. When it comes, Ghana is a signatory to the World Trade Organization, WTO. And we are signatory to WTO with a liberalized market regime. If you want to impose import restrictions, as I listened to the chair of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation, Mr. Speaker, it offends Article 11 of GATT 1999, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs. They call it quantitative restrictions. That is what you are seeking to do. So when you are responding to the committee, you must find responses to that the World Trade Organization is against quantitative restrictions under GATT 1999. Mr. Speaker, I will come to exceptional circumstances. Even the import licensing regime, WTO requires that it's automatic and that your system is simple, transparent, predictable, and says that the power should not be conferred on the minister, but an independent judicial committee, not the minister. That is what WTO protocol says. So whatever information the Honorable Ayeni got, Mr. Speaker, I will go with the Constitution, I will go with the law. The principle to protect infant industries is important. We should build consensus on it. But Mr. Speaker, he should hold on and respect your directive. Go back to the committee, fine-tune it, do proper consultation. Then, Mr. Speaker, my final caution as former Minister of Trade and Industry, you may by this legislation be inviting retaliatory measures by other countries, be guided by it. Other countries may decide that you have said that, okay, I'm restricting import of rice and sugar. We will restrict the import of your processed cocoa into our trade regime. That will have consequences on the very balance of payment and export regime you want to regulate, particularly from the EU. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought that he has powers, but the powers must be in pursuit of the public interest of Ghana. The stakeholders of Ghana have expressed disquiet, and Mr. Speaker, the WTO protocol also requires that there must be extensive stakeholder consultation. So as I listen to the Honorable Leader, Honorable Atufosin, he says that copies of the stakeholder report is not made available to him nor to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. We are a member of WTO. The minister must respect all the protocols, including the import licensing regime. But my worst fear is using this to invite retaliatory measures from other countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the matters that the former minority leader raised, particularly on the WTO rules, Mr. Speaker, we were very conscious about that. There is an exception under the Article 12 rule. There's an exception under that, particularly when you're talking about the balance of payment issues. Clear exception on that, Mr. Speaker. And then the question of stakeholder consultation. Mr. Speaker, we started dealing with this particular document when I first got the ministry. It is taking us about 4 months, Mr. Speaker, to run through the country for consultations all over the country. It now surprises me that everybody is suggesting that they were not consulted. I mean, it's obvious that every single particular grouping, every single individual, Mr. Speaker, may not possibly be consulted. But I can assure the House that, Mr. Speaker, there was a broad sweep of consultation among all the individuals who now are possibly coming out to say that they might not have been consulted. Mr. Speaker, that story seems to be one-sided. It seems to be one-sided. I have also heard other groups, the AGI and others, who are very happy that this is now coming to the floor, and that they appreciate the extent to which this is important. Mr. Speaker, they talk about Guta and others. Mr. Speaker, I have had so many meetings with Guta. Mr. Speaker, they are now, Guta is actually part of the committee that will take the decision. Mr. Speaker, let there be no doubt in anybody's mind, and this matter is troubling me. I take Eti Hammond out of the equation. Mr. Speaker, it is not for the minister to take the decision, and I've said it consistently that there is a committee, Mr. Speaker, which now comprises about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 groupings, ministries, institutions, organizations, including, Mr. Speaker, the Beverages Association they are talking about, Mr. Speaker, including the Ghana Union Traders, that is the Guta, Mr. Speaker, they are all there. And then ultimately, when the Honorable Akuyetu Ablakwa says that it is for the minister to take the situation, it is not. Mr. Speaker, you look at the instrument, Mr. Speaker, you will see conspicuously by its presence that it is the committee that makes the recommendation. The committee decides to either grant or not to grant. When they decide, Mr. Speaker, then it comes to the minister. The minister may. I don't particularly see the troubling aspect of the word may. It's all over the place. But what is, Mr. Speaker, critical? They talk about checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 19 deals with the review of the decision of the minister. Mr. Speaker, when the minister has refused whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, 3, a person dissatisfied with the decision of the minister under the regulation numbered may seek redress in the court. Mr. Speaker, I can't see how explicit it can get. How can a minister arrogate unto himself the decision to do this or to do that when he has the sword of the court hanging around his court? That is the limit of administrative decision-making process. Mr. Speaker, they asked me to include the cement. We shouldn't include cement. I did indicate, Mr. Speaker, incidentally, Mr. Speaker, there were 2 allies that are presented. One of them had to do with the cement, specifically with cement. So I indicated that cement shouldn't have been there because we have a special, specific ally for that. So, Mr. Speaker, we agreed to delete it. It has been deleted. There were other instances that they said we should change a few, tweak a few of the sentences around. Mr. Speaker, we dealt with all of that. The committee report that Honorable Dr. Ayine, Mr. Speaker, talks about is very clear. The legal position, they said we are not contravening any regulation. We are not contravening the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it's simply the fact that my colleagues simply do not want it to be laid. And then they make the point, which, Mr. Speaker, is completely unfair. Consistently, they have been saying that they represent the good people of Ghana. I have been wondering which people that we do represent on this house. I obviously don't represent the bad people of Adansi Asopa. I represent the very good people of Adagbilla in the Asante region of Ghana. My colleague here represents the very good people of some part of Ablekuma. So this whole business of them representing the good people of Ghana, it's unfair. It's unfair. Mr. Speaker, it's entirely in your hands now. We've gone through all the, Mr. Speaker, all the
Honorable members, I think we've had enough.
Thank you very much
on this matter. I decided to devote this time for it because the instrument is very key to the health of our economy and a number of sectors in the country. That is why I allowed this time, space for us to have a discussion over the instrument. I want to reiterate that the minister who is exercising a delegated power, we have delegated the power to him. He has gone through all the requirements of the law. It's the process, the procedure that we now ironing out. You have discussed, you have disagreed on some issues, you have agreed on some. Those, according to the information I have been factored into the new draft instrument. Kindly make that available to our committee. Once they agree with you that legally you are right, legally you are right, but you also agreed together with the majority leader and the leadership that there are some renditions that have to be captured. Now you have captured them. Just make copies available to the committee and they will say they've been captured. And then we can then proceed to lay the instrument tomorrow. Please, tomorrow. Members. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Just a quick correction. When the discussions were made last Friday, the agreement was that, and specifically, I've just looked at the new document. This is the minister who told us we should just take his word for it. He was going to implement all the changes. It was agreed that those aggrieved could either go to court or seek redress in Parliament. He did not incorporate that.
Oh,
you see,
Deputy,
were you informed?
Please,
I just want to make sure.
Please. We have passed several laws. Parliament is not an arena of litigation. You don't advocate these things in Parliament. So if there have been an earlier agreement on that issue, it was done in error. And we should not factor that in. So please make the copies available to honorable members. I can't continue to be listening to you.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in wrapping up respectfully, Mr. Speaker, there are two important issues that came up, but we need your guidance on that. The fiscal impact analysis, because it's a matter under the Public Financial Management Act. And then, Mr. Speaker, the petitions that have come, 6 strong associations, GUTA and the rest, FABA, Mr. Speaker. So at least they should listen if the Minister and the Trade Committee can engage them. Let's not be seen leaving them out. So I just played with you, Mr. Speaker.
The Act cannot amend the Constitution. That is not part of the requirements under the 1992 Constitution. So that one doesn't apply. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to thank you for your good counsel in bringing the House together. Just to add that if the leadership of the Trade and Industry Committee or the leadership of Agri Committee will assist the subsidiary legislations in doing their final prelaying, I think it will do us a great favor.
I want to repeat, any member of Parliament is at liberty to attend meetings of any committee and to make inputs. If we have to keep on creating joint committees of this nature, it will be difficult for us to run the house. Once you have concerns on a proposal, a bill, or a matter before the house, you are at liberty to attend and make available your concerns to the committee. You don't need to be joined to that committee before you attend the meetings of the committee. So I'll plead with you, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, to urge the members to appear before the committee of subsidiary legislation to assist the committee come to the final conclusion. Because if you do that for trade and industry, you may need to do that for food and agri. Because the items that I read, a lot of them deal with food and agri. And then the other committees. My good son from Bole, is there something?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a very brief comment with respect to the stakeholders or industry players who have taken this house as a very serious house, a house that they think that they can seek redress from this place. It is that respect that motivated them to petition this house and to petition your good self. So for us to ignore them, Mr. Speaker, we will be setting a very bad precedent for ourselves, because then the next time they wouldn't see a need to call on you, and that is my worry. My second issue is that...
Honorable Member, actually I have not received any petition from any of those groups. The petitions might be to you, but not to me. Again, what you have done, even today on the floor, is clear and loud evidence that you listen to them and that you're taking their views across. So they cannot say you have ignored their petition. We have an environment we operate within. There's a limit to which you can reach out. You can't go beyond that limit. And so when you get those concerns and you bring them on board, that is factored into the final decision that is taken by the House. And that is what has led to the delay of the laying of the instrument for over 1 week. And that's why I'm giving enough space for all of you to air your views. And you have done so. So they can't say they'll be ignored. Please, this has never happened. But it's because of the importance attached to the instrument. And I think that I will end up here, and let us move to the other business, please. Because the committee will look at the new draft instruments and then come back to us. It will be laid if everything is done, and then at the end of the day, a report will be presented by the committee to the House. If there are still concerns to be raised by members on the floor, you will still be entitled to do so. But at the end of the day, the House will take a decision. Please, I just thank you all for your understanding and cooperation. So we move on. Yes, honorable members, so we will defer laying of the instrument to tomorrow, and then we will proceed to the other business. The major business for today, or we will have other papers to lay. Many more papers. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, so that we will have time to consult sufficiently, I'll plead that we give the indication to the Minister that brother, he does it on Thursday and not even tomorrow. So we have sufficient time for consultations. Yes.
You prefer Thursday instead of tomorrow?
Yes, so that nobody complains thereafter.
Honorable members, Thursday, the item will be programmed for the consideration of the House. In other words, it will be laid on Thursday. Chairman of the committee, please. You've heard the directive. So immediately you get copies, you call a meeting of your committee and you go through it. And then on Thursday, the instrument, if cleaned up, would then be laid in the House.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, further papers to be laid.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman has indicated to me, the chairman of the Committee on Lands and Forestry has indicated to me that the committee is not ready yet on these documents. So we are not taking them. That is item 7J, all of them. We are not taking them. 7J, all of them, from Roman number 1 to Roman number 11. We are not taking any of them. If the others are ready, the chairman could present them, but those of them that I know I've spoken to. I'm saying from KLMNO, I don't know the status of those ones. If they are ready, they could be presented. If they are not, then Speaker, we can move on to the debate.
I propose that we move on to item 8. Honorable members, item 8 at page 10 of the order paper. Motion, debate to continue. I have the list from members. The majority have submitted 7 names for today. The minority side have submitted 12 names. Sorry, they've added some 2 other deputy ministers, Andrew Mesa and Owuraku Eju. So that makes it 9. 9 against 12. We will start from the deputy minister, Honorable Andrew Mesa.
Speaker, let me
please, honorable members, I have to rush to perform another very important duty. So first deputy speaker to take the chair. Yes, please.
Speaker, let me acknowledge your magnanimity in
10 minutes, 10 minutes
space to contribute to the motion number 8 on page 10 of today's order paper, to the effect that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Speaker, this motion, as we all know, was moved on the 15th of November by the Honorable Finance Minister and seconded by the Honorable Minister for Information and Member of Parliament for Ofuasi Ayebi on the 21st of November 2023. Speaker, even before I begin, last Wednesday I was not in the chamber, but with the benefit of technology, I followed the debate in the House, and I was startled when I heard my good friend, the Member of Parliament for Adagbilla, and the Deputy Minority Leader make assertions in the chamber with respect to media role that he played, which is not in doubt as minister at the time. He made suggestions with respect to PDS, spoke on take and pay, and also made some input with respect to the upstream sector and the contribution that the NDC had made relative to his claim that the Akufo-Addo government had added nothing to our upstream sector. Speaker, I was baffled and startled because the assertions relative to the upstream sector that the deputy minority leader made to be charitable was far from the truth. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that within the 8-year period of the NDC administration of Prof. Mills and Mr. Mahama, they signed some 11 petroleum agreements. None, Mr. Speaker, none of those 11 or so petroleum agreements is producing oil to date. None of them. All the producing fields that we have in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, the 3 of them, Jubilee, 10 fields, and the Sankofa GMA fields were all signed during the era of President Kufuor. Mr. Speaker, the Jubilee fields, which is indeed a unitization of 2 wells, the Serwaa and Mahogany, were signed under 2 petroleum agreements in 2004 and 2006. Mr. Speaker, the Westgate 3 Points Petroleum Agreement resulted in the Mahogany discovery, which was signed in 2004 under President Kufuor, and then the Serwaa 1 discovery was made in June 2006 under the Deepwater Tunnel Petroleum Agreement, which was signed in 2006, also under President Kufuor. So, Speaker, the Sankofa
please hold on. Yes, leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on the 91. The Deputy Minister for Energy, stated that we signed 11 agreements and none of them is producing. Let the record be very clear. The NDC negotiated and found me ENI, the lead producer. Honorable, that is not a challenge of a fact. It is a fact. No. That is now the lead producer. 2009. Right, Speaker.
What I'm saying is that it does not belie the fact he made. This is your contribution. When you get the opportunity, you contribute. So I'll tell somebody who will contribute. Yes, Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Sankofa GhanaWeb field was signed in 2006. That is the offshore Cape 3 Points Petroleum Agreement that brought into existence the Sankofa GhanaWeb fields was signed in 2006. In 2006, it is a matter of record that it was the MPP government under President J.A. Kufuor who was in government. So, Speaker, indeed, of the 11, and of course, the current Minister for Trade was then the Deputy Minister for Energy. He handled all those transactions at the time. This is a matter of public record. So, Speaker, indeed, of the 11 or so petroleum agreements that the NDC administration signed, 4 of them have been terminated for non-performance. 4. So to sit in the chamber of parliament and suggest that NDC left 3 producing fields when none of the agreements that is producing this oil. In fact, the Speaker, if you recall, when President Kufuor's area we discovered oil in commercial quantities and a portion of it was brought into this chamber, members on this side described it as Adrongo. Members of the NDC minority described it as Adrongo. Yet, today, they want to claim credit for the work that President Kufuor's government did. When they had opportunity at the time they were in government to explore our upstream resources, Mr. Speaker, we all know what their focus was on. They decided to invest in game parks and mining concessions and the like, and took their eye off the ball of what really they were supposed to do. So, Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader also asserted that the Akufo-Addo government in the Jubilee Southeast project is not a new development. I was surprised that he, of all people, would make that assertion in this house, knowing very well that within every block there are potentially one or more discoveries in a block, and that if you make one discovery and you make another, you cannot attribute those two as one project. Indeed, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the document that the Jubilee partners presented to the ministry when they were applying for the Greater Jubilee Plan of Development project, this is what they said, and if you permit me, I'll quote. Mr. Speaker, the Greater Jubilee Field partners request the Honorable Minister to approve the Greater Jubilee Field Development Plan, GJFFDP, to enable full, integrated, timely and economic development of the reservoirs of the Jubilee Field Unit, mahogany and teak to proceed. Mr. Speaker, clearly it was evident from this document that beyond the Jubilee Unit, these two discoveries, mahogany and teak, were separate and distinct. Part of the Greater Jubilee, but they were distinct discoveries that had been determined to be commercial, for which, because of the exigencies of ensuring an economic development of the field, they applied to the minister to allow them to tie in to the existing infrastructure. But it makes sense, Mr. Speaker, because it cannot be expected that when you discover food in near fields or you discover oil in near fields, you necessarily ought to go and put new FPSOs in that same enclave to produce from. So it cannot be said that the discovery in Jubilee Southeast is not a new discovery. Mr. Speaker, indeed, if you refer to paragraph 163 of the budget, and if you permit me, you will see clearly that the work that has been done in Jubilee Southeast is what has led to the increase in production between August and September from the 2.67 million that we were producing from Jubilee to 3,036,000. Clearly, that is an addition to.
Sorry, Honorable Leader, kindly hold on. Let me listen to. Yes.
I'd rise because we have school children around, and we need to make sure that we give them the right information. Right, Honorable Speaker. Everybody knew the Jubilee field. Additional remediation works, additional wells were part of the work in Greater Jubilee that led to that 80,000 barrels that is talking. It cannot be a new field. We knew. It's not, so don't tell the people of Ghana that you have developed a new field. I am saying that it was part of the Jubilee field, the Greater Jubilee, and you added that. That's good, but it is not a new field. Don't miseducate young students who have come here. You did not add a new producing field. This is part of Greater Jubilee.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would beg of my respected colleague to lead the way the right way. He is a leader. He knows what to do when a member is debating. He knows what to do. Obviously, the member on his feet talked about this take or pay agreement that has cost the country so much, which you signed. But you've not questioned that. Look at how much Ghana has lost under your leadership as a Minister of Energy. Have you gotten up to question why Ghana is spending so much? Allow him to flow.
This is bad faith. Under what order did you write? Mr. Speaker, we must not encourage him to do this. This take or pay agreement that you sign. You know how much it's costing Ghana. You know how much it's costing Ghana. Where are you?
Honorable Leader, can you take your seat? I think I was expecting the leaders to support me to manage the House. But unfortunately, the leaders who are jumping into debate and raising issues which are not needed interjections. I'm going to be very firm. Unless I perceive that there's been question, I will not admit anybody intervention. Yes, you have 1 minute 31 seconds more. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, beyond the Jubilee Southeast, under the Akufo-Addo administration, Peckham Southeast has been discovered in 2018, AGN's Yankum 1 in 2019, Springfield's Afina 1X in 2019, ENI's Akuma 1X in 2019, ENI's Eban 1X in 2021, and ENI's Apokuma 1X in 2022. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we have indeed increased our reserves. Mr. Speaker, I also heard my good friend speak to excess capacity and take or pay contracts. Mr. Speaker, I'm on record to have said that take or pay contracts are not necessarily bad. But it's the quantum of take or pay that you contract that comes at a cost to you. That is the key issue. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that in 2015, even during the period that we're sleeping in darkness, we had excess electricity, up to 905 megawatts of power, 47% excess, and we're sleeping in darkness. Why? Because they just did not have the resources to buy fuel to power the plants. The Speaker, their solution was to contract additional power, which led in 2017 to 69% excess power in this country. So if the finance minister says that we spent 32 billion, all signed by the NDC administration, Ahmad Kofiwa and his colleagues.
You have 1 minute more. 1 minute more.
Thank you very much. So the fact of the matter is that this is a good budget, Mr. Speaker. We've kept the lights on. We've increased our oil resources, and I call on my colleagues to support this budget and lend their support in approving it so that we can build a better Ghana under the leadership of His Excellency Adagbilla for the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
It's the turn of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in doing this, I'll be very brief, but I will touch on few issues. Mr. Speaker, I've looked through the budget. I've read extensively the budget, but having been here for 15 years, I look at the state of the economy in 2009, when Professor Mills took the baton. Look at his budget. I've looked at the state of the economy in 2013, and I've looked at it in 2017, when it was being given to the MPP-led administration. And I've looked at it, Mr. Speaker, when the MPP-led administration was handing over to themselves. Mr. Speaker, the country has never been the same. And Mr. Speaker, you can only do this by comparing the records and comparing the data. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to come to inflation. When inflation was being given to the Professor Mills-led administration in 2009, it was 18.1. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, when we were handing over the baton to the new Patriotic Party-led government, Mr. Speaker, we had reduced inflation from 18.1 to 15.4. Mr. Speaker, within 7 years, Mr. Speaker, they themselves, from 15.4, they did transposition of figures. As at December 2022, they had brought inflation to 54.1. The Speaker, compare the two. Who are the better managers of the economy? The Speaker, I know, as a good lawyer of your caliber, who would have been the Supreme Court by now. By judgment, you know that we who brought inflation down from 18.1 to 15.4 are better managers of the Ghanaian economy than the MPP-led administration who brought it to 54.1. And the Speaker, when we gave them the 15.4 economy, their comment was that we were giving them a rundown economy. What is the inflation now? We gave you 15.4, you took it to 54.1, now you are prouding yourself that you have brought it to 35.2. And when you look through the budget, inflation figure is now 35.2 by October 2023. And you are proud of that. The Speaker, if this is what Ghanaians knew that they were coming to do, then they would have maintained the MPP administration in their 15.4 inflationary figure. The Speaker, then I come to growth, the GDP. The Speaker, normally when my colleagues on the other side are speaking, oh, in the first 3 years of our administration, we were doing well, the economy was growing well. The Speaker, in mathematics, you group like terms. Take your first 3 years from 2017 to 2019 and 3 years of NDC from 2009 to 2011 and compare the growth rate. We are better managers of the economy than you. Mr. Speaker, the figures are here. And I've done the weighted average of the GDP growth rate in the last 8 years of the MPP administration and the growth rate on weighted average in the last 7 years of their administration. Mr. Speaker, the weighted average growth rate, Mr. Speaker, for the last 8 years of the NDC-led administration, from 2009, 2010 to 2016, Mr. Speaker, it is 6.46. 6.46. Mr. Speaker, on the same weighted average method, from 2017 to 2023, as we speak now, on the same weighted average, on the same formula, the MPP performance on the GDP growth rate, Mr. Speaker, is 4.73%. Who are the better managers of the economy? Are you proud of this, your records? Inflation, we've beaten you. GDP growth rate, we've beaten you. So what can you do better? Are you proud of these records? And Mr. Speaker, what pains me is that, oh, in the last 3 years you were doing well. Did Ghanaian give you the mandate for 3 years? You were given the mandate for 4 years, and you failed woefully by recording the worst GDP growth rate performance in the history of this country, 0.5%. And you have an excuse. We gave you the economy, and you can never have any excuse. Mr. Speaker, these are the records. In 2009, 4.8%. 2010, 7.9%. 2011, 14.0%. 2012, 9.2%. 2013, 7.3%. 2014, 2.8%. 2015, 2.1%. 2016, 3.37%. So, Speaker, take the records. The records are there. Then you go to their records. The Speaker, in 2017, 8.1%. 2018, 6.2%. 2019, 6.5%. 2020, 0.5%. 2021, 5.3%. 2022, 3.2%. 2023, 3.2%. When you find the weighted average, your performance, your weighted average growth rate is 4.7%. And you claim to be better managers of the economy. It's only you who will prefer 4.7 to 6.4. The Speaker, having done with the GDP growth rate, the Speaker, and having done with the inflation, I will come to their performance in fighting corruption. Mr. Speaker, I've checked the budget.
and I've recorded the corruption perception index from 2009 to date. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's best performance in fighting corruption, the cleanest government in the history of this country, was in 2015. And who was the president of Ghana in 2015? Who was the president of Ghana? Mr. Speaker, it was only 2015 that Ghana was able to record 48 over 100. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, in 2015, we recorded 47. In 2015, we recorded 48. In 2013, we recorded 46. In 2012, we recorded 45. Mr. Speaker, when we gave them the baton to go and fight corruption, you claim, oh, we've established special prosecutor, we've passed this law. You have done all the legislation, but you are the worst and the pettiest performance. We are the cleanest. Because from 0 to 100, they rate you. If you are able to record 48, most clean. If you record below, you can't make. So when you do the assessment, if Ghanaians had known this, and the Speaker, this is from the Transparency International. Ghana being headed by President Mahama was adjudged as the cleanest government and the cleanest president. We gave it to you. Your best performance is 40, 41, 43, 41, 43, not even 44. Mr. Speaker, so when it comes to fighting corruption is not just about passing laws. Fighting corruption, Mr. Speaker, is about walking the talk. And that is why the international community has recognized us as the cleanest government or the cleanest president in the history of this country. Against you, Mr. Speaker, because why don't you mention yours? Then, Mr. Speaker, having spoken about fighting corruption, I will come to our performance in press freedom. And between we and you, we will see who are the best Democrats. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to press freedom, the best government in the history of Ghana, that one too was in 2015. In 2015, who was the president of this country? NDC, led by President Mahama. So, Mr. Speaker, fighting corruption and granting the press their freedom, Mr. Speaker, the best performer is the NDC, and when we are in charge. Mr. Speaker, in doing this, we come to governance. And in governance, Mr. Speaker, I can see they are jittering, and when old bones are being mentioned, old women feel uneasy. If you dare, I will lay this. We gave you the economy, and now you are not running from your performance. Speaker, you come to still coming to the budget. I will go to paragraph 552, and that is on the Electoral Commission. Speaker, it is very pathetic that in the budget, no mention was made on the district level elections. Meanwhile, you and I know that this year we have a district level elections. Mr. Speaker, no mention was made about it here. And when you mention the budget, Mr. Speaker, you came to meet us here. You talk about the performance of 2023 budget before you go to the outlook of 2024. That is how budget is prepared. Mr. Speaker, the lawyer doesn't understand. The budget talks about the performance of 2023 budget and the outlook for 2024. Honorable Senor, you don't know. I'm teaching you, and this orientation for you, free of charge. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 552, Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission conducted a by-election in Komau and Asin North. But let me jump to 553. In 2024, the Commission will undertake the continuous voter registration exercise and conduct the presidential and parliamentary elections, in addition to provide citizens access to electoral education services and inspect political party offices.
Mr. Speaker, beyond this, the Electoral Commission is talking about embarking upon electoral reforms in the electoral laws. Mr. Speaker, what Ghana need now is not about reforms of laws, but what Ghana needs is to making sure that we scrutinize the people who occupy the Electoral Commission itself. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been described as a beacon of democracy and an oasis of peace in West African sub-region. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, in the electoral reforms, I want to point this to the Electoral Commission. They must reform themselves first before they reform the laws. Why am I saying this? Mr. Speaker, it's very pathetic that as a parliamentary candidate in the Blue region, I came face to face with the head of the political party's electoral officer in the region. Only today, for me to come and meet that same person in the Electoral Commission office, describing himself that I'm now the board member of the Electoral Commission. What kind of laws? Mr. Speaker, people will dispute this, and I hold in my hand profile of Dr. Peter Apiahine, the best person for the regional electoral elections and research job for the MPP in the Blue region. This is, we are talking of reforms. We must reform the persons occupying it first. And the Speaker, in the profile, political positions held and services to the MPP. Political positions held and services to the MPP. Member of the 2022 Blue Regional Elections Committee. Blue Regional IT Director for the election 2020. Blue Regional D-Day Coordinator for election 2020. Member of the National Research and Data Analysis Team for election. Regional Coalition Officer representing MPP at the Blue EC office. The Speaker, we made this man in the Blue Regional office representing MPP against NDC. And you take this person to the Electoral Commission office and say you are reforming laws. So, Speaker, do you love Ghana? Do you care for the peace of this country? If this is how Ghana has been governed, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't have been here for us. Mr. Speaker, not all, only that. Regional Coalition Officer, MPP, Internal Coalition for Election 2020. Member of the Blue Regional Communication Team. This person came face to face in radio stations against NDC communicators. Today, you present him that he's your electoral officer for Ghana or for MPP. And you are saying you are doing electoral reforms. Mr. Speaker, are we do we care about the peace of this country? Not only that, Mr. Speaker, member of Let Man Vote Can Alliance. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, organized training for Blue constituency big day coordinators, parliamentary candidate, chairman and secretary for election 2020. Organized training for all Blue constituency IT coordinators and polling station officers in election 2020. Founding member of UNE TESCOM. Patron of UNE TESCOM. TESCOM member at the University of Education, Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
let's
hold on.
call a spade.
Kindly hold on. Let me listen to his objection. Yes.
Let's call a spade.
Kindly hold on. He is on his feet. Let me listen to him.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Whip was referring to a matter which is in court. The matter is in court. I would want to discourage you from proceeding on that part. And besides, we are enjoying your debate. Let your tone come down. You are too loud. Mr. Speaker, that's my humble suggestion. Just a very humble suggestion. That if you let the backbenchers are listening, and I'm sure if you take the screaming out and turn down, if the screaming is out and he comes down, Mr. Speaker will enjoy the debate. I just thank you.
Sorry, can I be guided? What matter is in court?
Mr. Speaker, he cited the case where a plaintiff is challenging the appointment of a member
of the Electoral Commission. And as far as I know, unless he can apprise this House with the latest information he has, but I'm not too sure whether the court has decided on the matter. And if the court has not decided on the matter and you are making certain pronouncements on same, the Speaker, they've joined issues there. Parties have joined issues. So I just wanted the member to be guided, you know. However, if he knows something superior to what I'm saying, he may say so. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Honourable Leader, I'm sure you are aware of Order 93(1), that reference shall not be made to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the entry of the action. So let this guide you in your comments. I won't say don't, but I'll be watching. If you stray into prejudicial comments, I will stop you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know this may not prejudice the interest of the matters under discussion, and we are not taking the decision on this. But the essence of me bringing this to the attention of the House, Mr. Speaker, was to ask a rhetorical question: how can they be political neutral? How can
that is the question the court will determine.
Mr. Speaker,
so once, may I advise, once you've drawn their attention.
Mr. Speaker, you see that all of us are even running away from it. It is not good. That's why he's running away from it. We are not taking decision on it. It is not good. What is bad is bad.
Honorable Ahmed, these comments are prejudicial. It is sufficient that you draw attention to such a situation, but you must recognize that whether good or bad will be made by the court. So please be guided. That's all I want to draw your attention.
Chair, we don't want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take that on board. But Mr. Speaker, coming back still on the Electoral Commission, Mr. Speaker, most of the times when we raise objections on the floor of the House on sensitive issues, it is not that we want to obstruct government business, but we want the good for this country. The Honorable Harun Idrisu is here. And I remember in 2020 when the Special Budget Committee met the Electoral Commission about the registration of voters for the 2020 election. The estimates that they brought, they said they were going to register 50 million Ghanaians. We said no, it will be more than that. Mr. Speaker, by the end of 2020, before they finished compilation of the voters register, they had registered 17.something million Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, this year, the Electoral Commission said they were going to register about 700 Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, by the time they finished, they had registered 900,000 Ghanaians. Their calculations is always wrong. And Mr. Speaker, when this House, led by the Special Budget Committee, insisted that the Electoral Commission should not take away the guarantor system from the registration of voters, a lot of people didn't understand us. We call the Ghana National Identification Authority people here, Mr. Speaker, when they came, oh, government will give you money, government will do this. With all this, Mr. Speaker, the number of these offices that the registration took place was 268. GC projected number for new voters to be registered was 700,000. Total number of registered at the end of it all was 910,996. You estimated for only 700,000. You had in excess of 210,966. We told him that the people were more than that. And Mr. Speaker, if the registration of voters had not been restricted to only the electoral offices, we could have gotten more than this. So still, I want to put it here to the EC that there are still a number of Ghanaians who could not get the opportunity to register because they didn't get transportation to be transported from their villages to the district electoral office.
And therefore, the allocation of 165,000 cedis alone, 165 million, for the national identification to embark upon their registration, Mr. Speaker, is woefully inadequate. Yes, the Ken Oforata is allocating only 165 million to the National Identification Authority in the budget. And I'm saying that it is woefully inadequate. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, out of the 910,000 registered voters, 61.9 of them could not get Ghana card, and therefore they made use of the guarantor system. And these were the people the EC was going to disenfranchise. So, Mr. Speaker, you can't control what does not lie within your jurisdiction. And it is on that basis that we were giving the EC the wise counsel that he should not eliminate the guarantor system. Thank God, Mr. Speaker, you gave direction. And the House resolved. And after that, we were able to protect the right of the 61%. That is 563,906 Ghanaians to have the opportunity to register. Not only that, the Speaker, only 37.8% of the 910,000, representing 344,000, were able to register with their Ghana card as united. What would have been the plight of the 56,000 people? So sometimes, when you are making regulations, consider the impact of the regulation you want to bring, and if you go outside, it should not just be making law for who. So with this, I want to re-emphasize that the 165 million cedis, which is being given to the National Identification Authority to embark upon their continuous registration of Ghanaians to procure their Ghana card, is woefully inadequate. And when it's creation, we must make sure that at appropriation, we must appeal to the Minister for Finance to add more money. If National Identification Authority is giving more resources, more money, to be able to register Ghanaians everywhere, we will have no problem. But so long as it has not been done, and more allocation has not been made to them, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it will be right and appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to call on this House that we must tell Ghanaians the truth. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the budget from 2017 to date. As a Christian, I've been looking for the amount of money for the construction of the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, nowhere and no year have we budgeted for the National Cathedral. And when the Minister for Finance came here, Mr. Speaker, my pain is how he's misleading the clergy and how Ghanaians are taking them on. Tell them the truth that you didn't budget for the National Cathedral, but you took money from the contingency board. Yes, Ghanaians will agree with you. The pastor themselves will know that you did the wrong thing. But you told them, you stood before cameras and before God and said you budgeted for it. And they said, where? You said contingency vote. Mr. Speaker, we must do things right. And when the professors appeared here, in the orientation process, when I asked them, should we do it this way? The professor said, this way I can't answer. The Minister for Finance personnel, when they came here, they said they can't answer. Mr. Speaker, we must not reduce religion to the public ridicule. Religion should be sacred, and therefore the credibility and integrity of our pastors must be protected. This year, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance is allocating over 1 billion for contingency vote. He should be clear with us. The 1 billion contingency vote, how much of it is going to be built the National Cathedral? Is the National Cathedral inclusive or exclusive? It must be made clear to us. We cannot bring the image and hard-earned reputation of our pastors into disrepute. And they don't understand our budgeting process. And the money was not given to the pastor to go and build the cathedral. But you are using their integrity and their image to regularize your things. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to end it here and to call on the Minister for Finance. He must come clear what is going to be the detailed composition of the contingency vote of 1 billion Ghana cedis. We need to know. And how much has been allocated for the National Cathedral in 2024? Mr. Speaker, if it is inclusive, let us know. If it is exclusive, let us know. But don't hide under national contingency vote when the tidal waves strike at Aflao, you said no money. We force you to give them 10 million. Now there's voter spillage. You said you are allocating 220 million. Meanwhile, you are allocating 1 billion for contingency vote. Why don't you do transposition? You have a disaster account to manage. You are saying you are providing for unseen disaster. The one you have to account, no money for it. Mr. Speaker, we must do things right.
Honorable Orokwedu.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor, which was ably moved by the Finance Minister on the 15th of November 2023. It's been 2 weeks since the motion was moved, and there has been quite a number of debates that has ensued. Mr. Speaker, I am totally convinced that this budget is the right budget for the time that we are in. Totally convinced, absolutely convinced, that this is the right budget for the right time for this country.
Honorable Deputy Minister, hold on. The timer is not working, still recording Honorable Ahmed's time. So can they please fix that so that I will not be misguided, please? Can they start? I'm sure they are fixing it now.
Even better. Mr. Speaker, like I was saying, I'm totally convinced that this is the right budget at the right time for the good people of this country. And I do know the day of judgment will come as December 2024. And I'm very sure that the good people of this country will favorably judge us, and they will reject the past. They reject the past president. They will reject His Excellency John Mahama. He belongs to the past, and the mantle of this country will be given to this to Honorable His Excellency Bawumia to continue to handle the affairs of this country. Mr. Speaker, all this budget, I say it is a good budget because we all know. I mean, our friends on the other side may put their heads in the sand and pretend they don't know what is happening, just to protect the agenda that they have. But the whole world knows that we are in very difficult times around the world. And under these circumstances, for this budget to make commitment for 3 billion cedis to a great 3.5 for roads, 720 million for LEAP to take care of the very unfortunate members of our society, 1.4 billion for school feeding. That is a whooping increase from 969 to 1.4 billion. This is the government that thinks about the people. This is the government that cares about the people, and this is the government that the good people of Ghana will renew its mandate for His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to continue to handle the affairs of this country. Mr. Speaker, permit me to correct some erroneous statements that were made by, unfortunately, he's not here, the Deputy Minority Leader on the 15th, on the 22nd of November during his debate on the energy. Unfortunately, he made the assertion to the fact that, notwithstanding our criticism of their signing PPAs on take or pay basis, we had gone ahead to do same with AXA 1 and AXA 2. That is palpable falsehood. Indeed, the agreements that we have signed with AXA for AXA 1 and 2 is clearly a take and pay with better tariff regime, which is well below the 10 cents as opposed to 13 cents that they signed through in the earlier AXA deal. The AXA deal in Kumasi, that's the AXA 2, we've managed to sign the deal without any government financial commitment, no government guarantees, and indeed no tax waivers at all. And it's going to be purely on take and pay basis. The take or pay, which my colleague, Honorable Mesa, has alluded to earlier, is now become a bane of this country, and it's weighing down the economy of the country. But for the intervention of the finance minister, the minister of energy, this country's economy would have been buried by this take or pay agreement that was signed to by President John Mahama and his team. Secondly, my younger brother, he's left the house, honorable member from Bongo. He also asserted that between 22nd September and June September 2022 and June 2023, tariffs were increased by over 100%. That also, it's not true. And I confirmed that today before this morning, before coming to the house from PURC, and that was totally falsehood that was peddled in the house. And the worst one, Mr. Speaker, was from my dear friend, oh, she's just left. My dear friend, Honorable Dela from Pando. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I would like to quote what the Honorable Member said during the debate on the 15th of November. And I quote, 22nd of November, "No hairs have rolled at VR. The command to still comes from the cabinet. The president is the only one who can tell them to still." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, this statement was made by no less a person than the deputy ranking member of the Mines and Energy Committee. And it's a shame she's not here, but this probably may be some of the reasons why his party's people at Pando have decided to give her an early retirement from politics. Mr. Speaker, I'd not like to talk about the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely proud.
Hold on. Yes. Can you turn your time off so your time stops?
Mr. Speaker, usually I may not be taking objection. However, Honorable Member for Pando is not here. But for my colleague to say that a statement made by the Honorable Member during the debate was probably the reason for which the constituents rejected her, Mr. Speaker, I believe we are not being fair to the Honorable Member. I urge on him to honorably withdraw the statement and probably apologize to Honorable Delasoa. I mean, this is not a statement to be made during a debate of the budget. Is that statement part of the budget to be debated?
Honorable, kindly guide me. You and I are rules persons, so which of our rules is that offending? So I'll be guided.
Mr. Speaker, it is by the standing orders. But, Mr. Speaker, this is very derogatory remark. If a member of parliament contested an election and lost the election, it will be an unguided statement, very insulting and derogatory for you to say that a member's comment during debate was the reason for the member losing the election. Mr. Speaker, if this is not
a derogatory remark.
Very well.
Very offensive. And I'm becoming of a member of parliament. What else will it be?
Order 93.2, offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming. Which of them is the basis?
It's unbecoming. It's unbecoming. It's very offensive. It's very derogatory. And it's personal allusion. All has come within the ambit of the order. It's personal allusion. This is personal to Honorable De La Serwaa. It is not part of the budget to be debated. If a member should lose an election for whatever reason, that cannot be attributed to the member's contribution during
way after
the debate, way after the election. I mean, this is personal allusion.
Honorable Kuedo, I direct that you withdraw that part of the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to withdraw. And the point I was trying to make was that my sister, Honorable De La Serwaa, has become a shadow of herself from the day we entered Parliament together in 2013. That's all I was trying to make.
Can you withdraw the part about that's the reason she may have lost her because the event of losing her primaries happened before the statement. So can you withdraw?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw unreservedly and I apologize.
Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I am particularly proud to be part of the team at the Ministry of Energy that has chalked so many successes over the past several years. We have kept the lights on and we've got the nation moving. And today, the world doom so belongs firmly in the past with the past President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the long queues for fuel that other countries have been experiencing, Ghana has been spared from these long queues, all because of the good policies that have been put in place, and no less of them is this going for oil. We all remember back in November last year when fuel prices went up as much as 22 cedis. Through the efforts of my minister and his team, we've managed to bring the cost of fuel down to 11.9, and that is no mean achievement when you consider where we were and where we are today. Mr. Speaker, we have invested and continue to invest significantly across the power value chain, as well as the various reforms to ensure a power sector that is robust and fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, in particular, we've moved from the obnoxious, like I said earlier, take or pay regime in our relationship with independent power producers to the more favorable regime of take and pay, of which I've given example recently, what happened between us and APSA. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important point I'm going to make on local content and local participation. 10 years from the passage of LI 2204 by this House, guiding local content and Ghanaian participation in our upstream petroleum sector, we are proud of the remarkable progress that has been made with the passage of LI 2435 under this government. This is expected to be further deepened to ensure that Ghanaians continue to play major roles in the exploitation of our God-given natural resources. Through the Petroleum Commission and other stakeholders, we have enhanced the training of Ghanaians to enable them obtain necessary technical skills vital for the petroleum upstream. Hitherto, all the welders, I'll give just one example, all the welders in the upstream subsector were foreigners because Ghanaians were not certified to become welders. And through this intervention, we sent some Ghanaians abroad to NAIT, that's the North Alberta Institute of Technology, to be trained, and now tens of Ghanaians are gainfully employed in the upstream welding business, and they have become trainers of trainings. So, Mr. Speaker, we've made several interventions that is making this country shine abroad. And wherever you attend conferences, everybody wants to be friend of Ghana. That's policies that has been put forward by this government. On electric vehicles, we are working with the Ministry of Transport and other stakeholders for their smooth introduction into this country. And with the announcement in the budget statement of an 8-year tax waiver on them, this will aid sufficiently this goal. Several other initiatives, Mr. Speaker, are ongoing, and we will, in this conversation about energy transition, ensure a proper balance between our commitment in this direction and the need for us to continue to benefit from our hydrocarbon assets. Under the leadership of my minister and the Honourable MP for Menchia South, Dr. Prempeh, we will continue with necessary programs and initiatives to make this vital sector even stronger. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this government has kept faith with the people of Ghana over the years, and we have been candid with our challenges and sought to inspire hope in our people. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is in the right direction, putting our country on the right path to sustainable growth, and I recommend this House to adopt this budget. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for your indulgence. Thank you.
Very well. Now,
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate with the motion on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, the budget contains government policies and programs, as well as financial allocations for the actualization of these programs.
Ignore them.
And so, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the number of interventions in the form of policies and programs and the allocations made for the implementation of SAVE, we have to be concerned about the outcomes. And you see the outcomes in the economic sectors as captured in the budget. Mr. Speaker, when you look at paragraph 239, they are projecting a slow growth in agriculture in 2023. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, they are also saying that growth in agriculture will slow down. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that when you look at paragraph 254, an amount of 700 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the implementation of the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, this is supposed to trigger some growth, but you go to the agricultural sector under the sectoral GDP growth, and we are projecting slow down in growth under the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, why is it that at the time that we are pumping so much into the sector, we are anticipating decline? Mr. Speaker, and they are saying that the decline is on the back of lower growth in the crop subsector. That is where the full impact of the Planting for Food and Jobs must be felt. They are also saying that they are expecting a lower growth at the livestock subsector and also fishing subsector. Mr. Speaker, my worry is that I can never understand why you pump so much into agriculture, looking at the higher multiplying effect of the sector, and you anticipate a decline. Because when you go to paragraph 240 under industry, and they are saying that the industry sector will contract by 1.2%. And they are saying that this will come from contractions from all the subsectors, except mining and quarrying and electricity. And they say mining and quarrying will grow at 0.4%, and then electricity by 3.0%. Mr. Speaker, contraction in the industrial sector has a lot of consequences on the Ghanaian economy, especially at a time when we are committing 123 million Ghana cedis under the 1D, 1L program. And Mr. Speaker, you go to services. Under services, paragraph 242, they are saying that growth will decline from 5.5% recorded in 2022 to 4.6% in 2023. And Mr. Speaker, in 2024, they are saying that growth will decline further to 1.9%. Now, my worry is that you are investing so much, and you are saying that you have turned around in things. You are saying that this is including budget, but under including budget, you are anticipating decline in all your sectors. Decline the sectors means decline in economic activities. Mr. Speaker, that means that this year, 2024, businesses will collapse. Unemployment is going to rise. Unemployment is going to rise. Cost of living is going to rise. Mr. Speaker, poverty is going to be widened. Mr. Speaker, then you go to paragraph 394. Paragraph 394. They are lamenting over food inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is strange that Ghana is now recording food inflation above 50%. Food inflation above 50%. Because it is 51.4%. When you read paragraph 394, you are saying that food inflation is above 50% from your own budget. And Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been listed, in spite of all the agricultural potentials we have been listed among 10 countries with the highest food inflation in the world. This is from the World Bank. And this is your record. This is your record. And Mr. Speaker, when you come to Africa, it is even worse. You look at the African countries.
Honorable Mbakani, hold on. Turn off your mic so you save your time. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side quoted paragraph 394 saying that food inflation is about 50%. But you don't pick and choose. You complete it. It says due to importation of staple foods, not what we are producing locally, but importation of staple foods such as poultry, rice, tomatoes, and onions. But currently, as we speak, food inflation has come down to below 50%, Mr. Speaker, just to set the record straight. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, are you proud of it? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, my colleague has done very well for inviting me to speak about food importation. That is an area I wanted to handle later on. But once you have requested, I will do that immediately. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we handed over an economy to you under which in the poultry sector we were producing 20%. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Ghana was producing 20% of its total poultry consumption. This is from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. That in 2016, we produced 20% of our total poultry consumption in Ghana and imported 80%. Today, after read your own budget, paragraph 402, you have indicated that Ghana's poultry consumption is estimated at 324,047 metric tons. And Ghana is producing just 15%. 50% is 6%. So you see what you have done, the damage you have done to the economy. Reducing local production from 20% to 4.6%. You are shrinking the sector. Mr. Speaker, total collapse. What is even annoying is this. Resources meant for the poultry sector are sometimes diverted.
Just take notes.
Take notes. I'm saying this.
Take notes.
Resources meant for the poultry sector are sometimes diverted under your watch. Mr. Speaker, I have the Auditor General's report here. This is the report. Year ended 31st December 2022. And I'm referring to page 18, specifically paragraph 64. Mr. Speaker, when Ghana witnessed the outbreak of the avian flu, it started from 2016 during our time. And then when you assumed office, you complained that we did not pay compensation to the farmers. We said yes, we were preparing to pay, we lost election and couldn't pay. Immediately, a budget was raised for you to go and pay compensation to the farmers. Minister of Finance released the money And this is what the Auditor General is saying. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I read. Paragraph 64, the Ministry of Finance released an amount of 1.9 million Ghana cedis for payment of compensation to farmers affected by the outbreak of highly pathogenic avian influenza disease from 2015 to 2018. We noted that only 191,730 was paid to 10 farmers, leaving 1.8 million unaccounted for.
What's the money? What's the money?
This is the reason why the Nigeria is collapsing. And then Abraham, you also talk about. Abraham, you also want more information about food imports. Mr. Speaker, rice importation. You don't read your own document. In 2016, you don't read. In 2016,
protect him. You understand me?
In 2016, when we were handing over, Ghana's total import of rice worth $300 million. 2016, Ghana used $300 million to import rice. And the Speaker, $300 million at the time was 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Today, you have reported under paragraph 401 that total rice demand for 2022 was 1.4 million, 1,444,000, and Ghana is doing 685,000, leaving almost 800,000 tons imported. And that one, we are spending $560 million. CD equivalent of 6.8 billion Ghana cedis. So you see that you are not getting your agricultural priorities right. You have mismanaged the entire agricultural sector, and that is why every Ghanaian is suffering. Mr. Speaker, what even saddens me is this. You have captured in your budget, specifically paragraph 401, that even pepper, Ghana is unable to produce enough pepper to feed our people. And you sit here defending this pepper importers after 6 years of investing 3 billion Ghana cedis in planting for food and jobs. You are importing pepper. Get up and defend it. It's in your own budget. Mr. Speaker, they said that 2022 total pepper consumption in Ghana was 340,000. And they were able to produce 121,000, leaving a gap of 193,000 tons. Mr. Speaker, that means that Ghana imported pepper at a cost of $355 million. And look at your budget. Your own budget. In your budget, you are asking for loss. What about Mr. Speaker, you see, when you look at the agricultural potentials we have in this country, and then we have handed over government to these people, they have formed the government, they are in charge of all the resources, and they come to this house for this house to approve for them monies to change the agricultural fortunes of our nation, to reduce the importation of basic staples. Mr. Speaker, look at the amounts we have given them. In 2018, they came to this house for 400 million Ghana cedis and are planting for food and jobs. 2019, they took 380 million Ghana cedis. 2020, 400 million Ghana cedis. 2021, 439 million cedis. 2022, 640 million cedis. 2023, 660 million cedis. And then 2024, 700 million. And still you are importing pepper.
And you are still importing ginger.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another important point is this.
Look at
Mr. Speaker, I was talking about food inflation in Africa. All across Africa here were affected by COVID-19. But after COVID-19, let's all look at food inflation in countries just in West Africa here. And then you have a better appreciation of why you have failed Ghanaians.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Burkina Faso is doing 7.3%. Cote d'Ivoire 7.5%.
Food inflation.
Togo 2.1%. Niger 12.7%. Niger 4.7%. Liberia, 16.51%. Mali, negative 0.8%. Benin, negative 4.7%. Guinea, 14.0%. Senegal, 4%. Nigeria, 29.3%. Ghana, 51%. Your agricultural policies have failed.
Yes.
So we are importing almost everything we consume in this country. And that is the reason why your exchange rate is ballooning.
Yes.
That is the reason why now you need more than 12 cities to be able to get $1. And every part of our economy has been seriously affected. Mr. Speaker, my last point has to do with the serious matter that concerns every Ghanaian in this country. The banking sector cleanup exercise that you embark upon. Mr. Speaker, from mid-2017 to January 2020, we heard that the government was implementing a banking sector cleanup exercise. An exercise that saw the reductions of our commercial banks from 34 to 24. 347 microfinance institutions lost their licenses. 15 savings and loans and 8 finance households have their licenses withdrawn. Then in 2020, you came to this house with a budget under paragraph 142 and reported to us that the sector was solid. You have done assessment of the banking sector and that the banking sector was solvent, liquid, and profitable. And you indicated that they even had buffers, adequate buffers, to moderate any liquidity and credit shocks. Mr. Speaker, we are also aware of the establishment of the Ghana Financial Stability, under which an amount of 750 million has been committed to cushion the stressed banks after the implementation of the DDEP. Today, under paragraph 258, you are inviting this house to approve another 4 billion Ghana cedis for you to continue with the banking sector cleanup. For what?
Again.
For what? So you won't finish. You will never finish. After expanding 21 to destroy our banks, you want additional 4 billion to continue with the destruction. This has never happened in the history of this country. Your records are very, very bad. I wanted you to mention the NIB issue so that I deal with you. Because the NIB issue is even worse. Mr. Speaker, you recall that the same people came to this house in 2022 under paragraph 211, 221. You said that paragraph 221. What they said was that they have done an arrangement with NIB to swap their shares, their interest in Nestors. And under the arrangement, government has succeeded in injecting 500 million into NIB. Again, under paragraph 224, you invited this house, 2020, to approve 2.2 billion for GATT, Ghana Amalgamated Trust, to be able to raise adequate funding for NIB. That is what you told us. So, having approved the 2.2 billion for you, for GATT to raise that funding for NIB, you are still seeking refuge in the name of NIB to demand 4 billion.
Thank you, Honorable.
Why?
It is the turn of Honorable Katie Amont, Honorable Minister for Trade.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues seem to sympathize with me. I've been debating the whole week, but it's important that I conclude it by debating today. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the budget debate. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues are frightened. They are frightened. But I can understand. If you are looking right through the barrel, and Mr. Speaker, you are seeing a perpetual stay on the benches opposite. Mr. Speaker, you clearly get pretty frightened. It's going to be the new normal. The party opposite, Mr. Speaker, is going to sit there for the very first time a third consecutive defeat and remain on the benches over there. Mr. Speaker, I am pleading with members of the House a very serious note. We should all have the humility to appreciate the extent of our ignorance or of our knowledge. We might be the first to admit when we are not so clear about some events, some information, some knowledge. We should not be the first to rush to pass judgment on matters that we basically have no knowledge at all. Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting in this room and been listening to my colleagues debate the budget, and the budget has been described in all sorts of uncomfortable names. In fact, the worst of it I heard the last time, Mr. Speaker, was that the budget was useless. Clearly, somebody hadn't been reading it at all, hadn't been reading the first pages, and yet they described the budget as, Mr. Speaker, useless. This budget document cannot be useless at all. Mr. Speaker, we will reiterate the point, and it is simply this. My colleagues should sit down in the mornings before they have their cups of tea, if they do. Those who eat the garis and those who eat the watches and those who eat whatever. Sit down to the news, get your ears glued to the televisions, and Mr. Speaker, listen to world news. Mr. Speaker, the various frequencies, various television stations, tell us continually what is happening in other parts of the world. Ghana cannot claim to be an island completely separate from the entire world. We have been talking about a particular item and the whole world is talking about it. Somehow Ghana, and for that matter our colleagues on this side, don't seem to be taking notice at all. And I'm talking about the issue of pandemic, COVID pandemic. Make fun of it. Indeed, if my position was anything to go by, it has been justified. But all the speeches that my colleagues have rendered today, particularly by my colleague over there, is laughing. Look at all the matters that you talked about. We don't have this, we don't have this. That is why we're asking that we'll share a lot of the imports and, Mr. Speaker, concentrate on a bit of our own internal production so that these matters are resolved. But you don't understand. Mr. Speaker, it is the reason of COVID. It is the reason of COVID that the growth in the economy from about 2019 up to 2021, Mr. Speaker, was truncated. And it's all over the place. You listen to British news, you listen to American news. Look at the amount of money that these economies have had to invest, have had to plunge back into the economies to get some semblance of tracking. Mr. Speaker, when our president made the famous statement that we know how to grow the economy, but we do not know how to bring human beings back, Mr. Speaker, it meant everything, and it was such a monumental statement. Mr. Speaker, the country had to pump in so much money, all in the process of saving lives. But having saved lives, we go back to growing the economy. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget statement and you look at the pages, the very first paragraphs, you're looking at the very first paragraph. The paragraph 8 talks about the difficult contest. We don't have a lot of time, so I won't be quoting its entirety. But Mr. Speaker, particularly paragraph 10, it says this: 2 out of the 7 years, the Ghanaian economy has faced challenges. The economy growing at an average of 7%, with the 8-digit inflation, declining interest rates, and stabilizing currency, suffered unforeseen shocks like other economies, and then it goes on to explain how it all dropped. Mr. Speaker, but then it goes on to paragraph 15 and make the point that the money is turning around the corner. Inflation, which was at 54.1%, Mr. Speaker, is now declined to 35.2%. and October and further declining. The economy is picking up. Thank God, pandemic now belongs to the history books, and so the economy, Mr. Speaker, is picking up. My colleague, Mr. Speaker, is making all sorts of statements and making them out of context. He says, for example, that the industry was the contract. Mr. Speaker, it's against a certain background. 2023 economy industry is going to contract by a certain percentage. What he didn't do in following his own edit is that he didn't then go to the next one. He chose and then decided which ones to go through with. He looked at paragraph 240. Mr. Speaker, he looked at paragraph 240. This is what he said. Industry is expected to contract by 1.2% in 2023. That is fine. The very next paragraph, 241. The industry sector is expected to turn around in 2024, growing by 3.7%, improve further to 4.2% in 2025, and 5.2% in 2026, and it goes on and it goes on. A moment ago, he was telling about agriculture production. Let's go back to paragraph 401. This is what he said. He said that poultry, rice, and other products had declined. What he didn't tell the House Speaker, in the same table that he was looking at, clearly production in maize appreciated, in cassava appreciated, in yam appreciated, in plantain appreciated. I don't know where they're getting the figures from. Why do you close your eyes to the figures are here? The figures are here. Mr. Speaker, I was so appalled the other day when I think the Honorable Deputy Leader, Minority Leader, was going through 1D, 1F, and indeed my friend from Bolivia, Mr. Speaker, fell victim to the same disease. They did not have the facts, and yet they were challenging the validity of fact that has been produced. Both of them got up to tell the House that the figures that we are mentioning, we are talking about from our ministry, trade and industry, with respect to 1D, 1F program, the figures are not true. Quite where they got the figures from, quite how they got the validity or the otherwise of it from, I have no clue. Mr. Speaker, the government in coming to power made the development and industrialization of this country a priority. For that matter, quite a lot of attention was placed on the 1D, 1F program. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, we are proud to announce that there have been 169 companies which are certified. They are producing, along with a considerable number of employment. Mr. Speaker, we have about another 143 of the companies which are about just completed. Mr. Speaker, we have had about 168,000 employees. Somebody got out from there the other day to say that, we said that we will produce 375 employees by the time that it is done. Well, 1D, 1F is not done. We just about starting. It's only 7 years into the program, and you're telling us that we have done 168, we have done 168. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will call the bluff in a minute. Somebody had the strength, the courage to mention also of the earlier debate about the airline I intended to lay, that there is no sugar in the factory, in the country. They don't talk about the Commander Sugar Factory. Of course, there's no sugar in the factory. Thanks to you lot. Mr. Speaker, listen to their record. Mr. Speaker, in about, would you listen to your record on sugar production, and then on your attempt to do some factory, to do some industrialization in Ghana? Mr. Speaker, in about the year 2016-17, they attempted, 2015-16, they attempted, Mr. Speaker, to produce some sugar. Whether that was the attempt at industrialization, I don't know. But to produce some sugar in the country. Look at a whopping amount. Now you listen to this and listen carefully. Mr. Speaker, a whopping amount of 35 million United States dollars was put to the disposal of this particular company. Mr. Speaker, this was supposed to produce 1,250 tons of cane sugar per day. Mr. Speaker, having constructed or attempted to construct this factory, another figure, a big one, another whopping figure, this time of 56,150,000 cedis per speaker, had to complement the original money that went into the establishment of the sugar factory. You know why, Mr. Speaker, it is not working? It is not working because when the MPP took over and decision was made to take inventory of what had been set up, Mr. Speaker, you know what we found? We found that some of the pieces of the equipment that had been put in the machinery, the Speaker, had actually been truncated. They have been turned upside down. Mr. Speaker, I can see, Mr. Speaker, it's not very comfortable. Listen to Mr. Speaker, the information I'm going to give you. Critical issues. Mr. Speaker, the boiler section, based on the automation system, it was not commissioned. There was no computer or software in the system. Mr. Speaker, the boiler ESP, the transformer and the panel had not been commissioned. They were not present. Mr. Speaker, the boiler, the chimney refractory lining, Mr. Speaker, it was not done. Mr. Speaker, the mill automation, PLC HM40, Mr. Speaker, was not commissioned. The temp sensor was not available. Mr. Speaker, the BE continuous fan was not commissioned. It was not completed. Mr. Speaker, the lime slacker was not commissioned. It was not completed. There was no motor. There was no gear. Mr. Speaker, in any form, and any of the electrical whatever, Mr. Speaker, was not in place. Mr. Speaker, and then commissioning to the turbine, the power section, the commission of the turbine, Mr. Speaker, was not done. And Mr. Speaker, the UTP plant was not found. Mr. Speaker, this is what they bequeathed to us at the Commander Sugar Factory. Mr. Speaker, you know the horror of horrors. The horror of horrors. Mr. Speaker, listen to the horror of horrors. Quite recently, we decided that we would do a further inventory and commissioning a better inventory to find out what exactly has gone on with this Commander Sugar Factory. We checked from India. Do you know what we were told when we checked from India? A factory of this capacity, of Commander's capacity, the 1,252 TCD that I've complained about, I have just described, today costs 14.8 million. 14.8 million. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you today, Mr. Speaker, at that time they said $38 million plus addition of 50. What was the figure I said? 51. Tell me. 51. 56. Of 56, Mr. Speaker, million cities in addition to that. Mr. Speaker, as we check, he's panicking. He said, source. I'll give you source. Mr. Speaker, I'm Minister of Trade. What does he think I am? I'm the Minister of Trade, and I'm giving you the fact. Mr. Speaker, and then where's of it? Equipment, the capacity of which is twice what we are talking about. It is about 3,250 capacity, Mr. Speaker. As we speak today, before I forget, let me complete this before you call him. Mr. Speaker, I'm advising that you have 1 minute left.
I'm advising that you have 1 minute left. I'm not going to admit him. So conclude. Please conclude.
Mr. Speaker, yes. So the equipment of that capacity, double the capacity that is installed at Commander, the Speaker, is now 18 million. By today, stand 18 million today. Half of that, 2016, Mr. Speaker, was 38 million. That is this people. And somebody had the nerve, Mr. Speaker, to complain about corruption, complaining about industrialization not taking place, complaining of lack of sugar in the country. Mr. Speaker, I have decided to refer this matter to the appropriate authority, to Yoko, to whoever, to investigate how is it that it came about that they were able to behave the way they have behaved? Mr. Speaker, it doesn't sit in the mouth of the Lord over there to castigate the Lord of Asia for, Mr. Speaker, not putting that company into productive use. Mr. Speaker, it gets worse. The company is sitting down there. It's become an albatross. I said it the last time. As a colleague of ours here who is now become a specialist in asking questions, all our commander is now become an albatross. We got a company, we call it, there's a company.
Your time is up.
My time is up. Just get the last one, the last sentence. This company, to look after it, to get investment. Yes. All the investors come there, the speaker, they do the due diligence, and they are appalled by.
It is the turn of Honorable Ukujeta Black.
Out of respect for the minister, I didn't want to interrupt the minister. Out of respect, I didn't want to interrupt, not to him, but to his office. I didn't want to interrupt. But just information for this house. He talked about $38 million.
No, Honorable, I suggest that you give it to your next debater, share the information with him to use it. It is the turn of Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. What is it? Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, it's your turn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would need your guidance. I noticed that the timer is running. I think when Honorable Boa spoke.
It started when you switched on your mic. Before that, it wasn't running.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the 2024 budget statement, I would like to remind all of us, Mr. Speaker, of the constitutional imperatives, the whole essence of this budgeting process, and really what the responsibility is and what must guide all of us in this debate and, Mr. Speaker, in the approvals that this House will be granting when we come to the principles and the estimates and the appropriation. And Mr. Speaker, Article 36 of our Constitution provides very clearly what should be the spirit and what should be the parameters within which we should proceed. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read Article 36, which are the economic objectives. And Mr. Speaker, it provides, the state shall take all necessary action to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rate of economic development and to ensure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and suitable employment and public assistance to the needy. Mr. Speaker, Article 36 of the 1992 Constitution is very clear that in all of these budgeting processes, in all of these debates, this is what should guide us. The maximum welfare of the people, their freedom, their happiness, adequate means of livelihood, public assistance to the needy. And Mr. Speaker, it is within that spirit of the Constitution that I approach this debate with a heavy heart, an extremely heavy heart. And Mr. Speaker, it is very depressing to place on record that as I speak on the floor of this House, there are 12,633 constituents of mine who have been displaced by the VRA-induced floods. Across the country, NADMO tells us 39,000, almost 40,000 people displaced. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak, 9 weeks down the lane, these displaced persons are still putting up in schools, in the most inhumane conditions, in sanitary conditions. They are living like destitutes, like refugees in their own country. And Mr. Speaker, if you had any doubt, I hold in my hands here some latest pictures I took, Mr. Speaker, from these displaced camps. And I'm glad that the Honorable Finance Minister is here. He can see this for himself. This is a picture of a 92-year-old Felicia Agbobada, Mr. Speaker, sleeping in a classroom for nine weeks and counting. I also have here 82-year-old Yawusi Dukbaza at the Agbetiko Basic School. They are sleeping rough at the vagaries of the weather. Mr. Speaker, I also have here 68-year-old Georgina Dogo, a farmer, a retired teacher, and Mr. Speaker, this is her plight. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and show you pictures of thousands of displaced people who have lost their houses, have lost their properties, have lost everything they have worked for all their lives, and they are living in classrooms, living in tents with their children. This is a child who is barely a year old, crawling, Mr. Speaker. This is the plight of our people. About 40,000 of them displaced across the country. And you ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, what really is the essence of all of these huge allocations, all of this budgeting, these debates, when it really matters most? The state appears helpless and cannot provide for the vulnerable, cannot provide for the distressed, for the devastated, particularly when it is of no fault of theirs. Mr. Speaker, that is what brings me to discuss the contingency vote. And I hold in my hands, Mr. Speaker, the Appropriation Act signed by the Honorable Finance Minister dated 21st December 2022. And Mr. Speaker, in this Appropriation Act that we passed for this year, this fiscal year, this House approved an impressive sum of 533,387 Ghana cedis, 840 cedis. So 533,837,840. So, Mr. Speaker, 533 million for contingency. That is what this House approved, for contingency. Mr. Speaker, contingency has been defined by the Encarta Dictionary as an event that may occur in the future, especially a problem, an emergency, or expense that might arise unexpectedly and needs to be dealt with, and therefore must be prepared for. The Oxford Dictionary also provides, quote, a future event which is possible but cannot be predicted with certainty. So, Mr. Speaker, we all know that the contingency vote is for emergencies like this. And if for 9 weeks, Mr. Speaker, all we hear, and the records of this House, if, Mr. Speaker, you pay regard to column 52 of the 8th November Hansard, what the Minister of Energy told this House, if you read the 4th paragraph of column 52, is that so far the Volta River Authority is the institution that is supporting and has made 20 million cedis available. They are using that for relief items. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge that from page 8 of the minister's budget, they have provided a sum of 220 million cedis from page 5, pardon me, paragraph 27, a sum of 220 million cedis for the 2024 budget. I acknowledge the applications to the World Bank. I also acknowledge the applications to the Global Shield Against Climate Risk Fund as contained in paragraph 30. But Mr. Speaker, the issue is that this House has approved a contingency vote of 533 million cedis. Why are we not feeling the impact of that money? Why can't we use the contingency vote to immediately resettle these people who are stranded in classrooms? And as I speak to you, one of them has died at the Mafe Presby camp. A 27-year-old lady, Faustina Crown Avule. I'll be attending the funeral next week. Mr. Speaker, the conditions, the Ghana Medical Association has been there. They have warned, they've put out a report that already people are presenting with typhoid, they are presenting with cholera, they are presenting with respiratory diseases, with skin infections. The Ghana Education Service is also warning that the only secondary school in Mafa may be closed down because parents are withdrawing their students in droves. Schools reopened about 5 weeks ago, but it's being used as a displaced camp. So where is the contingency vote in this emergency situation? When life is at stake, when we have a humanitarian crisis. And Mr. Speaker, the last time the Honorable Finance Minister appeared before your vote of censure committee to discuss matters relating to the President's Cathedral, some call it the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, we were shocked at how much money had been taken out of the contingency vote between 2019 and March 2022 for a cathedral does not qualify as contingency. It cannot be seen as an emergency, an often-seen project, something that you didn't plan for. I mean, when we all know that the president said, look, he had a pact with God, he has appointed board of trustees, he has consciously set out to build this project over multiple years, and yet our finance minister very cleverly managed to put this under contingency. And Mr. Speaker, if you see how our national resources have been dissipated in the name of a national cathedral project, which now has created the world's most expensive pit, as it is referred to. One architect by name David Ajay, according to the finance minister in documents submitted to Parliament on the 21st of November 2022, it's important. We are discussing the contingency vote. What you decide to use the contingency votes for. And when we have a real emergency now, we don't feel the presence of the contingency vote. David Ajay alone has received a whopping 113 million Ghana cedis. On the 7th of June, this finance minister released 445,000 cedis to him. 7th June 2019. 5th March 2021, 80.5 million. 10th February 2021, 32.7 million. And interestingly, this 32 million, it was just for the design of a restaurant, adding a restaurant to his original design. We paid $5.5 million, and that's 32 million cedis. The National Cathedral Secretariat was given 225.9 million. So in all, 339 cedis of our resources taken out of the contingency vote. And Mr. Speaker, what is shocking is that when you interrogate the 225.9 million that was given to the National Cathedral Secretariat, you will even be more outraged. Mr. Speaker, you have Carrie Summers receiving $6 million, 28.2 million cedis at the time. They organized 2 Bible symposia for 790 million. Site preparation and demolitions, 5.1 million cedis. And the Speaker, when we discussed the National Cathedral, we must understand that so many national assets were destroyed to create space for this project. As we speak, the passport head office is gone, scholarship secretariat is gone, judges bungalows is gone, judicial training institute is gone, the Mali ambassador's residence is gone, Shraj deputy commissioner's residence is gone, the Comsys IT firm is gone, Waterstone Realty apartment complex all gone. And we had to pay 5.1 million cedis for that site preparation, for properties that, like the judges bungalows, that had been constructed a few months ago and were in very good shape, in pristine condition. Mr. Speaker, this is what the contingency vote was used for. And yet, what do we see? The world's most expensive pit. And you have the clergy leaving, resigning. And I want to salute the Reverend Sudanaba and Archbishop Duncan Williams, who are the latest to have resigned. And Mr. Speaker, I take note that for the 2024 budget, there is no allocation for the National Cathedral project. And I hope that it is not another scheme to use contingency. But Mr. Speaker, what troubles me is that a suggestion has been made that looking at the very devastating conditions under which these displaced persons are living, it is less than 40 kilometers to Saglemi, the Saglemi housing project, which the President Mahama government, and we all know he's the incoming president, inshallah, on the 7th of January 2025. They have spent considerable amount of money, about $200 million, in constructing the Saglemi housing project, which is really all but completed. The last time the Works and Housing Minister was asked about this, he said he was just left with a few electricals and plumbing works. So more than 95% complete. We can't use the contingency vote, Mr. Speaker, to complete this project. And what is shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that when you go through paragraph 722 and 723 of this budget under Works and Housing, this government finds resources to go start new housing projects. They are promising that in 2024, they will start new housing projects in Pokuase and in Dadeso, in the Ashanti region, when we should be urgently completing the Saglemi housing project and relocating these displaced persons. So you wonder, what are the thought processes? What are our priorities? And what really...
1 minute to conclude, please.
And what really, Mr. Speaker, is the essence of all of these long debates, if it cannot be felt, particularly when our people need us most, when they are in distress, when they are devastated, when they are helpless, when they have been rendered destitute by no fault of theirs, by an institution we decided really to be negligent. We cannot stand up for them. But for corporate Ghana, but for individuals, and I salute the Ghanaian people, corporate Ghana, foundations, embassies, who are really rallying. And because of that, we even have a 300 capacity private housing initiative, which I spearheaded, which will be ready in the next 7 days. But for that, I wonder where our people will be. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a time to urge the President and the Vice President to remember their oath of office. As I conclude, in that oath of office at the second schedule of our Constitution, they took an oath that, quote, and that I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. They should look deep in their conscience. Are they doing right to these displaced persons? I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. The next is Honorable Eslausu. It's not okay. Well, I'll go to Honorable John Asaf from Pong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for 2024 financial year, presented to Parliament by the Finance Minister on behalf of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, we all know how the economy is today, where we came from and where we intend to go. Mr. Speaker, economic growth is one of the economic indicators that every country seeks to achieve. The GDP rate is the most important and valuable indicator of economic health. Mr. Speaker, it has a direct effect on businesses, jobs, and personal income. Anytime the GDP growth is positive, Mr. Speaker, it has a direct effect on the businesses and the income of the people. Mr. Speaker, one of the sectors which contributes immensely to the economy is agric. Mr. Speaker, the agri sector contributes on average, about 38% to the total workforce of Ghanaians, and contributes on average about 20% of the GDP between 2017 and 2023. That was the contribution it made to the GDP. Mr. Speaker, the sector GDP grew at an average of 5.9, let's say 6%, between 2017 and 2022. This was boosted by the flagship project or the program that the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo embarked on when he took office as the president. Mr. Speaker, the data for comparison that I want to draw the House attention to is for the whole regime analysis from 1993 to, Mr. Speaker, 23. Mr. Speaker, the government of MPP has performed very creditably than the NDC if you take the average growth in agri sector from 1993 to 2023 as we speak. Mr. Speaker, from 1993 to 2000, when His Excellency, the late Jerry Rawlings, was in power, his regime churned out an average growth of GDP of 3.6. Mr. Speaker, when it got to the turn of His Excellency John Ajekun Kufuor, the average GDP from 2001 to 2008 was 4.5. Mr. Speaker, when it got to the turn of the second regime of NDC from 2009 to 2016, the average GDP was 3.2, the growth in agri sector, I mean. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the MPP government, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has been able to grow the agri sector with average GDP of 6.0. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has proven to have the nation at heart. We all believe and understand that the chunk of our import is centered around the staples and other food items that we import. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the policy government has profiled in this particular budget, especially the second phase of the planting for food and jobs, Mr. Speaker, you can give every credit that this government deserves by simply saying we are on course as a country. Mr. Speaker, we all know the policies that we undertook under the first phase of the planting for food and jobs had some lapses. The second phase of the Planting for Food and Jobs, which was launched about 2 months ago, is in to take care of the lapses that we observe. And that is a sign to show Ghanaians that we are resolved as a government to push the nation forward with respect to agric. Mr. Speaker, the second phase of the Planting for Food and Jobs hinges on 4 principles. Mr. Speaker, the private sector focus, value chain approach, market-driven, and industry. Mr. Speaker, the PFJ Phase 2 is designed to accelerate efforts towards modernization and competitiveness of the food and agric sector. It places greater emphasis on value chain approach and focuses on strengthening linkages between actors along the eligible agricultural commodity. So, Speaker, these commodities have been broadly categorized into grains, root and tubers, vegetables, and poultry. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, during his debate, claiming that government spends annually about $2 billion on imported food items. Mr. Speaker, that is true. But the policies that we have listed under the agric sector will in no time solve, if not all, part of these problems that we have identified. Mr. Speaker, the food inflation that was mentioned will be reduced, as we have all seen the main inflation figure being reduced by the pragmatic policies that this government has put in place. Mr. Speaker, we facilitate competitiveness in import substitution, promote exports, create jobs, and also ensure food security and resilience. Mr. Speaker, under the second phase of Planting for Food and Jobs, the government, through the ministry, has facilitated the procurement of seeds, improved seeds for distribution under the input credit model, comprising 5,000 metric tons of maize, 450 metric tons of rice, 300 metric tons of sorghum, 4,071 metric tons of soya, 13 metric tons of pepper, and 4 metric tons of onion seeds. Mr. Speaker, from what I've indicated here, it clearly shows that the government is on course. Looking at the provisions made in the budget, especially for the Planting for Food and Jobs, 700 million Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, tackling the poultry sector by providing the day-old chicks to feed Ghanaians during the festive mode because of what we normally do during these festivities, and then making sure that it creates jobs for the youth. I believe with this succinct policy, Ghana will get onto the track that we intend taking Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, if we cast our minds back to successive governments, if you take out the former and late President Echampo, who came out with the Operation Feed Yourself, you cannot mention any other government, especially under the NDC regime, which came out with a policy in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, if you cast our minds back to His Excellency President Kufuor's tenure, he brought the Presidential Special Initiative, which captured oil palm, cassava, and the likes. Mr. Speaker, we saw nothing of that nature during the time of His Excellency John Mahama, and then we saw again when this particular government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo took office, bringing in the Planting for Food and Jobs. NDC is touting whatever values they had under economic growth. Mr. Speaker, they cannot say anything to food production, because if you look at the averages that came out during their time, it doesn't compare anywhere to what we are doing now. Even in this current year that we have done only half, we have about 6.3 average growth rate to talk about in agri sector. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch on cocoa. Mr. Speaker, cocoa has been a strong contributor to the economy. We recently had a meeting in Côte d'Ivoire where we spoke about the Côte d'Ivoire-Ghana Cocoa Initiative. Ghana, together with Côte d'Ivoire, has been able to fashion out an initiative that will inure to the benefits of the two countries, which produce about 60% of cocoa on the world market. Mr. Speaker, through the initiative we have established, the Cocoa Board has established a permanent headquarters of the initiative in Accra here. Mr. Speaker, by the agreement, Côte d'Ivoire also takes the executive secretaryship permanently until other members, other cocoa producing members join the association or the initiative. This is the way the structure is. And recently, Mr. Speaker, I gave indulgence to congratulate Honorable Brian Echampo, who on Wednesday last week assumed the chairmanship of the initiative. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is doing very well in terms of cocoa. I also want to commend Cocoa Board. Even in the midst of their difficulties, they have been able to come out with innovative ways of dealing with the problems they have. One of the problems, Mr. Speaker, is the syndication. For the first time in the history of Cocoa Board, they have been able to fashion out a strategy that gave them the opportunity to take a smaller amount of syndication to undertake the cocoa activities in the country. Mr. Speaker, this year we all know we only went in for $800 million. Mr. Speaker, this is to take care of about 36.2% of the total amount of $2.2 billion that we needed for the operations for this cocoa season. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board has been able to deal directly with the buyers of cocoa, and in so doing has been able to take out some of the interest that will have accrued on the syndication. Now, if you compare with the immediate past season, Cocoa Board took only $1.13 billion. This year is far below, and we all know it will yield positive results for Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, the second thing that I want to mention, which indeed was mentioning, is the pricing scheme. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board used to take out the cost of transacting business, which includes seed production, cocoa research, disease control, quality control, haulage, cocoa rows, and others before they give the producer price to farmers. Mr. Speaker, for the first time under Cocoa Board, they decided to take out the farmers' income.
I have 1 minute more.
The farmers' income, Mr. Speaker, before they took out other charges. Mr. Speaker, this made it possible for the increase that we saw, which amounted to 2,600 per metric ton for the cocoa farmer. Mr. Speaker, currently cocoa prices, or the price on the market, is up.
whatever comes out as the final figure, Mr. Speaker, cocoa farmers will see a quantum jump, and that will boost their morale to work harder, whilst also encouraging the youth to take to agriculture, especially cocoa production. Mr. Speaker, the Cocoa Board has undertaken a lot of initiatives, which I think brings out a lot of goodies to the cocoa farmers. The scholarships and the rehabilitation of farms and the irrigation program, the mass pruning, the spraying, and digitalization of cocoa sector, which will also make it easier for input to reach cocoa farmers wherever they find themselves. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well. The next person is Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion numbered 8 on today's order paper that this Honorable House approves the budget, statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. So, Speaker, in doing so, permit me to correct some factual inaccuracies in the budget. So, Speaker, if you look at the budget per page 175, insurance is established by law, and a tax component of 2.5 is supposed to be given to them. Get fund is also established by law with a tax component of 2.5 to be given to them. The projection for the get fund, 2.5%, must be the same as the projection for the get fund. However, at page 175, the projection for national health insurance is 7,932,327,340. However, get fund is 7,932,327,334 cedis. There is a shortfall. If two entities are supposed to take the same percentage of 2.5, then the projection figures must be one and the same. And I believe this is clearly an error. So, Speaker, let me then move to page 148 of the budget statement. Under the marginal notes, Public Safety Sector, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, with particular reference to 851. And with your permission, if I may read, in the fight against illegal mining, the office prosecuted 21 persons, both locals and foreigners, and found guilty by the court and sentenced to a total of 340 years in prison to serve as deterrent. Mr. Speaker, this is also factually incorrect. In this country, nobody has been sentenced to 340 years imprisonment. Regarding...
You said in total.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we know how sentences are supposed to be calculated. It's either running concurrently or consecutively. In this case, all the 21 people made up of foreigners and the locals, the maximum sentence to a local person is 15 years. And then the maximum for a foreigner is 25 years. And by the judgment, the sentences are to run concurrently. So there is no way by which a total sentence to any of them would be 340 years imprisonment to serve as deterrent to any other person.
So
that is why I'm saying that it is factually inaccurate.
So guide us. For the number of how many? 14 people that have been
21 people.
21 people.
Yes.
The highest is to serve how many?
25 years.
25 years.
Yes.
And the lowest is
15 years.
15 years.
Yes.
How many are 25?
They are 21.
How many are to serve 25 years? How many of them?
That classification I have not done.
Okay.
But Mr. Speaker, if 100 people are put before court and they are sentenced, and the maximum sentence is 25 years, and to run concurrently, you don't add A sentence to B sentence in order to arrive at the total sentence that the person is going to serve. That is not how it is calculated. If one person is being charged for several offenses, and then the maximum sentence is 25 years, and the sentence is to run concurrently, the maximum that the person will serve is 25 years.
I get you. So
yes.
If I'm serving 25, you're
Yes.
serving 15.
Yes.
Together, how many are we serving?
You don't add my sentence to your sentence to get to the total
that is
the person will serve.
that is our legal argument.
Yeah, yes,
for the person
that
who is not a
completely
legal person.
wrong. It doesn't happen in any country that when you are prosecuting 40 people and each person is sentenced to 20 years imprisonment, you add the sentence for all the 40 and put in a national budget that is the total sentence that a person is going to serve as a deterrent to others. This is nothing but a factual inaccuracy. That is not how a sentence is supposed to be calculated. Mr. Speaker, I also hold in my hand the records of this House from table office, indicating the number of bills that we have passed into law. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget at page 148, paragraph 853, Mr. Speaker, it reads, Mr. Speaker, the office initiated, drafted, and facilitated the passage of a number of essential bills. The office prepared 358 pieces of legislation made up of 14 substantive legislation and 343 subsidiary legislations. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you with authority that the number of the subsidiary legislation passed at the third section 2023 are all 14 in number. However, the budget is telling us that the legislative instrument that was passed by this particular House is only one, and that one is also factually incorrect. Mr. Speaker, I have the record showing that we have passed 7 substantive legislations, but this has also been doubled in the budget to be 14. And Mr. Speaker, this is also factually incorrect. Mr. Speaker, we have been warning the government under legal education that you cannot budget for the number of people to be called to the bar. Last year, we were told in the budget that 1,000 people are admitted into the law school. However, they are telling us out of the 1,000, it is only 900 that will be called to the bar. Mr. Speaker, a call to the bar depends upon you passing examination and fulfilling other conditions. So are we saying that if all the 1,000 people pass and fulfill other conditions, it's only 900 that will be called to the bar? Why are we failing 100 people in advance? Mr. Speaker, we do not budget for the number of people that you would have to be called to the bar, knowing very well that less than the people admitted may pass exams, all of them may pass exams. So at the time that you are preparing a budget, you cannot convincingly say that you are only going to call 900 people out of 1,000. Mr. Speaker, we keep warning them. Mr. Speaker, if you come to page 175 again of the budget, Mr. Speaker, the projection of the 2.5% that Ghanaians are going to pay to get funds to support educational sector. Mr. Speaker, get fund is established by law, and the 2.5% is also established by law. And the budget is telling us that the 2.5% at page 175 would amount to 7,932,327,334. Mr. Speaker, however, if you go to page 176 of the budget, the expenditure allocation for Get Fund is 3,273,770,000. Mr. Speaker, what happened to close to 5 billion? That is the projected collection for the 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, we know that Get Fund is highly indebted to contractors. We know that Get Fund was mortgaged by this government, and we are now told that the government is taking over the mortgage. Mr. Speaker, if the Get Fund is heavily indebted and Ghanaians agree to pay 2.5% VAT, which is supposed to be given to Get Fund, and this amount is projected to be almost 8 billion. Why are we projecting to give them only 3.3 billion? Mr. Speaker, my plea is that Get Fund is on its knees, pleading with the government that whatever amount that Ghanaians pay towards Get Fund to enable them perform their valuable contributions creditably, that amount of money subject to the capping, which is 25%, should be given to them. Mr. Speaker, the amount projected, even if you apply the 25 capping to them, it will not come to about 3.3 billion. So the rest, Mr. Speaker, I plead on behalf of Get Fund that Get Fund has to be given that amount of money. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting you to know that by Article 88 of the 1992 Constitution, the Attorney General's Department is responsible for prosecuting all criminal and civil offenses in Ghana. And today in Ghana, people are being prosecuted for driving vehicle without insurance license. But by the performance report of the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General's Department, they do not have money to insure their vehicles. If you do not have money to insure your vehicle, what moral obligation will you then have to be prosecuting the poor Ghanaians using vehicle without insurance when you are claiming that you do not have money to insure your departmental vehicles?
Which agencies are that?
The Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice. In a clear terms, they say they don't have money to insure their vehicle, and they have not been insuring their vehicle. Yet, it is the same department on whose authority the police are prosecuting us for driving vehicle without insurance.
Has the policy changed that government vehicles are insured by government?
Government vehicles are not insured by government. If that is the case, why are they saying they don't have money to insure their vehicles? And as we speak right now, the vehicle of the Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice have not been insured.
I'm sorry, I'm not engaging in this debate. I think there's some policy. I remember taking a matter to court on this, and the position was that, I think it was against Auditor General, said government is the insurer. So once you get a judgment against them, you proceed against them. The Ministry of Finance.
Yes, but
paid.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that under the Motor Vehicle Third-Party Insurance Act, the third-party insurance is compulsory for everybody, including the government. So the government cannot decide it. Mr. Speaker, if you look at even the new Insurance Act, one of the compulsory insurance under that particular law is third-party motor vehicle, in addition to the commercial vehicle and the liability vehicle. So it is an insurance which is compulsory for everybody, including the ministries, agencies, and departments. There is no two ways about it. If you fail to do it, it is then that they will proceed against you as an individual. But there is a cogent reason why third-party insurance is compulsory by law. It is for we, the Ghanaians, the individuals, we the poor people, that the law is supposed to protect, so that in the event of the risk, we will be indemnified. Now, in the event of the risk, who would then do the indemnity? Then you call on the government to do the indemnity. Can I today ask myself that I have so much money, because of that I have decided not to do third-party motor vehicle insurance? Why would I be prosecuted? Why would I be prosecuted? Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General again is supposed to prosecute all civil and criminal cases. It will surprise you that in the department, the Department of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, they are telling us that somebody has benefited from unearned salary, which means that in that particular department, an officer will sit down and validate somebody who is not working. And Mr. Speaker, that person is known, but till today, no effort is being made by that particular department to recover the amount of money. Mr. Speaker, laws are made.
Your time is up.
And the laws are supposed to be obeyed by everybody. Why is it that if agencies are engaging in expenditure overrun, Attorney General and the Minister of Justice under his office, they will also be engaging
your time is up. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Asante appear to be speaking. Okay, let him call Honorable Kokwambrechun Sapon. Yes, Honorable, you are Deputy Minister. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I'm going to use 15 minutes. The honorable ranking is there, so definitely I'll have to. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise to support the motion for the approval of Parliament, the 2023 annual budget estimates for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration to the sum of 1,283,513,180 Ghana cedis, 70 pesos, for the program of activities for the fiscal year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the amount proposed is expenditure for the ministry's headquarters and 68 overseas missions and 3 subvented organizations, namely Legon Center for International Affairs and Diplomacy, National Africa Peer Review Mechanism Governing Council, and the All African Students. May I take this opportunity to thank the members of Parliament and the Foreign Affairs Committee for the support they have consistently given the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to enable us undertake the functions of the ministry as enshrined in the constituency, in the constitution. Mr. Speaker, Foreign Affairs, we have the mandate to interface with the rest of the world on behalf of the government of Ghana. And in the course of doing it, we have played a key role in ECOWAS matters, in the United Nations, in the AU, and other international organizations. In the ECOWAS region, Mr. Speaker, peace and security has become a very topical issue. There are serious problems in the Sahel region and in the Gulf of Guinea. There has been a lot that has happened on the front of unconstitutional changes in government. There have been coup d'etats, as we have experienced, attempted coup d'etats, as we experienced in Guinea-Bissau, coup d'etats in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and Guinea-Conakry. Ghana has played a key role in all this, in trying to arrest and to contain all these unconstitutional changes. Our president happened to be chair of the ECOWAS for 2 terms. And during this time, he championed the issue of preventing and putting in place the necessary mechanisms to ensure that the unconstitutional changes in government and coup d'etats are controlled or abated. He rose to a high point. His peers acknowledged his great leadership role. That is why he was fortunate enough to be given a 2nd term. Ghana, in the course of trying to champion or play the leadership role in containing these unconstitutional changes and coup d'etats, initiated what we call the Accra Initiative, which became a center in Ghana that brought together other West African nations in intelligence and information sharing, and to ensure that there is a mechanism in place that, or through which the ECOWAS leadership will be able to deal with matters of unconstitutional changes to government. Mr. Speaker, some of the activities that the ministry has worked on is passport administration. Passport has been the front or the face of the ministry. From my end, the ministry is judged whether we are doing a good job or bad job from how we undertake the administration of passport and consular services. The ministry has a program areas where it has undertaken tremendous and great strides in bringing efficient services to the doorstep of Ghanaians. In the course of doing this, we have undertaken a lot of initiatives. Not too long ago, somewhere in August, the Honorable Minister had to make an unannounced visit to the passport office because of the activities of Guru Boys. And he had to introduce some measures to try and arrest the situation. We have made great improvement in that direction. And as we speak, the activities of the Guru Boys appears to have been contained. And the other measures in place, we will continue to do whatever we can to make sure that we bring the activities of the Guru boys, or we succeed in controlling it completely. The ministry in the course of the year the ministry in the course of the year is introducing a chip-embedded passport. Our current passport is a biometric passport. The ICAO have been calling on all countries to try and up the state of their passports from biometric to chip-embedded. And as we speak, come the first or second quarter of next year, we will be rolling out the chip-embedded passport. The chip-embedded passport will run alongside the old biometric passport for a period of time before the biometric is finally phased out. The ministry, again, to improve services for Ghanaians, is also introducing machine-readable visas. Our current visa regime is a sticker which does not connect with any of our immigration points. The machine-readable visas are a type of visa, once you are issued, connects with any of our immigration points or any of our missions abroad, so that before a person who has been issued even the visa gets to Ghana, we have the details of that person. Mr. Speaker, one critical area that we will be coming to the Parliament for their support is the creation of a consular fund. Our compatriots outside Ghana from time to time get into very critical situations where they need assistance and support from the government. And also from time to time we have situations where we have to deal with evacuations. In the time past, we have had to deal with evacuations from Ukraine when the Russian-Ukraine war broke out. And then also when the internal conflict in Sudan broke out, again we have to move in under emergency to evacuate Ghanaians. Now in all these cases, whenever we are called upon, it happens to be in emergency situations, and we don't have any money sitting down or available. And also when our compatriots outside call upon us for our missions, for support in critical situations, it might be personal, again we don't have any funds. They are under the illusion that since we are the ministry, we must have something in our kitty